Okay, let's see here. Are we looking live? Says I'm on air. All right. Looks like that's coming through. Okay, let's see here. Yep. Okay. Cool. Let's get everything checked out. Make sure. Hey, Michael. Nice to see you. Welcome on board again. Making sure that we have everything ready to roll. All right. I think probably more so than at any other live stream that I've ever done. I'm sitting here at the launch of the live stream, pretty much, knock on wood, ready to go. Of course, I'm sure something will happen, or I will find something that will prove me wrong, and I'm probably cursing myself. But hey, Dale, nice to see you. Welcome to the show. I'm probably cursing myself for saying this, but I think that everything is set up about as much as I ever thought I wanted to get it set up today. Hey, Weird R Rock Hyrax 7. Nice to see you again. So I actually did some, again, I'm cursing myself by saying this, but I actually did some significant audio testing this last week before I got on the live stream. Isn't that amazing to think that you could test things before you get on the live stream? Like, wow, what level of preemptory planning does that require? I don't know, but I finally took that dive, and I think that I have the audio set up. I did tests with call-ins and such, so I think that that's good. Not that it wasn't working before, but you guys know that, excuse me, especially since I got the new mic, you think that that would make everything better and awesome, but it also led to me kind of having to refigure out rediscover some of the settings around my stuff. So we will see if this is going well. We'll see if we're getting any callers tonight. That would be great. You see that the prompt that I picked for tonight, I never have enough callers to really screen according to a specific prompt, but I thought it would be fun. What's all this then? Hey, Rainbow Ash, welcome. But I thought that it would be fun as a prompt to highlight the fact that Christianity en masse, or for the large part, is mythology, which is something that Christians never seem to like to hear and never seem to want to talk about, never seem to want to acknowledge on any level. And just even mentioning the M word, the mythology word, around those who are believers can sometimes ruffle some feathers in all the wrong ways. So I thought that it would be fun to put that up as a prompt today. But as you guys probably know from being on some of my live streams before, if somebody else calls and wants to talk about something else, then so be it. We can do that as well. We are pretty topic agnostic, I suppose. Always love to have people call in, especially if they're believers, and give me a piece of their mind. But honestly, if you guys are friends of the channel as well, if you are like-minded, then by all means, we can work it that way as well. It's not like it's a hard limit that we have to have a certain topic tonight. Yeah, there we go. There's our first great comment of the night. It's wild that grown-ass adults think that they're in a relationship with a 2,000-year-old invisible zombie. I will never understand it. That is actually one of my, I don't know, I have so many of these points that it's hard for me to even say one of my favorite points. But to be one of the many talking points that Christians glom onto, that I don't think they realize how much it's making them look bad when they say this, is they try to downplay the religiosity of their devotions by saying, oh, it's not a religion, it's not this, it's not that, it's a relationship. You have a relationship with God. And quite frankly, the more you try to paint it as a relationship, it sounds worse. it would sound better if they just said, look, we think there's a guy up there somewhere. We think that he might be involved in some way. We think that he made us or inspired the book or some shit like that, but we're not sure. And we're just trying to figure it out along with everyone else. I mean, that would honestly at least alleviate some of the logical BS, some of the logical fuckery that they end up pulling themselves into, all of the rhetorical knots that they fall into as they try to explain away all of the incongruities around their religion. But of course, they don't all take that line, I guess, but that is a very common line. It's a relationship. You know, if I had to, I've said it before, if I had to pick a model, if you put a gun to my head and said you have to pick a model of God, you know, that can't be atheist, can't be agnostic, I would say, fine, I will pick deism, because deism is the only model to me that you can even square with the existing universe. And deism, even though I'm not a deist, deism would at least make sense, because nobody ever thinks that you're in a relationship with the deistic God. Nobody ever has that kind of delusion around themselves or their God. Deism is, there aren't many deists in the world percentage-wise. I think it's because from a mimetic point of view, it's not a viewpoint that tends to be self-propagating. But deists are kind of interesting because they're sort of the live and let live version of religious thinkers, as far as like, well, yeah, maybe he's up there, maybe he's not, but he doesn't give a shit about us either way. They're probably the most realistic version of a God-believing person that I can imagine. But like I said, you don't really run into many deists. They don't have a church. There's no hierarchy. There is no great commission to go out and spread the good word of deism. So as much as I can at least give a begrudging respect to the idea of deism, it's not something that you run into very often. And from the mimetic perspective, meaning from the perspective of the evolution of ideas, it's understandable why there's just not a lot of talk out there about deism. I think it had a moment like 300 years, 250 years ago, the Enlightenment thinkers. But beyond that, I think it's pretty dry out there for the deistic followers. I need to do some research on that, though. I wonder how many people in the world would even, I've seen that, like, the Pew Research studies that try to do surveys about religious thinking and how many people follow different religions. And I don't think I've ever even seen them have a category for deists. I'm pretty certain that the percentage of deists that would be in the world overall would be probably far less than the percentage of atheists even. So, it's kind of questionable as to how all that would, how much representation a deist would probably have. Sorry, I had to restart my highlighting tool there so I can highlight things. So Michael, thank you for the super chat. I would put it on screen there, but I just realized I had to restart the little tool I have that pulls these up, so I couldn't highlight it. But thank you very much, friend. I appreciate your super chat there, and I appreciate your patronage. Michael is always there with tips, so I appreciate. Even if I didn't think he was probably a cool guy, I would say he was anyway, because you know what? He throws me money. So never say bad things about the people that throw you money, right? Seriously, though, I appreciate it. All right, so I have some fun stuff to share with you tonight. We're going to go through, of course, top priority is always anyone and everyone who chooses to call in. So if anyone wants to call in, as always, I have the link right there at the bottom of the screen. Even in my short time of doing live streaming, I have found from time to time people still look at the screen and say, well, how do you call in? Even though it says right there's the call in link. But if anyone doesn't realize that, I also have it pinned in the chat. So hopefully you see it one way or the other. I also have it in the description of the live stream. So whether it's description or the pinned in the chat or the graphic on the screen, one way or another, I would love if anyone wants to call in. So Rainbow says, Do you need mods in chat? I mod for several of these kind of channels. I'd be willing to help out. I don't know how much need is probably the wrong word right now, because it's not like but here's the deal. I have just made you, boom. You are a moderator. So, I mean, I don't know if it's possible to have too many mods in chat. The first 3 or 4 times that I did a live stream, I didn't have any mods. And then there was one show one night where somebody was kind of doing some trolling, and some of my regulars had said, yeah, we need to have some mods in here. So I just kind of went boom, 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 and made a bunch of the regular people mods. But welcome to the club, Rainbow. Rainbow Ash, along with Michael and Dale and other mods, you can now sit at the right hand of Skepticus. That is your reward. But thank you for asking, and welcome to the club. And I'd love to have you on as often as possible, watching, listening, modding, bringing the ban hammer if necessary. I will say that I said this before when I made other people mods. I prefer a moderate hand or a gentle hand on enforcement. I mean, that being said, you guys mod as you feel you want to mod. But obviously, if somebody is spreading hate speech or something to that effect, they can be booted immediately. I don't tolerate anyone's bigoted views in the chat. I wouldn't really tolerate anyone's bigoted views in the calls. It's one thing to have political views that are different than mine, but if you want to sling slurs or that type of thing, I have no problem getting rid of people quickly. If people are trolling as far as preaching and that kind of religious stuff, my preference is to be as what's the word I'm looking for? As gentle on the moderating as possible. Not because I want a whole bunch of people trolling and preaching in the comments, but it's one thing to put your stupid Jesus is Lord or whatever in the comments every once in a while. It's another thing if you start making an ass out of yourself. So, and I will absolutely trust anyone and everyone who has been designated as a moderator to make that call. So you guys can figure that out. Since the channel is small and the live stream is modest right now, a lot of times I do see a lot of the comments, the chats as they come in. But if I have calls, I don't necessarily get a chance to see all the chats. And at one point, I would love to say I hardly see any of the chats because I have calls going and I have screens going, and I'm so busy on my big, important, massive live stream that I just can't I just can't bring to read the chats. But we're not quite there yet. It's going to be a minute until we can get to that level. But I would love to be at the point where it's like, yeah, the moderators have to figure that out because I can't even see all the chats. That would be wonderful. Tonight's drink of choice is we have mango, pineapple, and mango pineapple juice and strawberry lemonade vodka. It is quite tasty. I recommend it to anyone. I won't inspect your drinks, but I will trust that each of you has something fun and inebriating at hand. And if you don't, I'll just pretend that you do. Because the more that you drink, the better this show gets. I get funnier, sexier, more intelligent, more articulate, all those things with every sip of every drink that you have, or any other substance that you choose to enjoy on the night. Okay. So, a couple things to share with you. We'll go through comments as we normally do, because those are always great points to choose as launch pads for conversations. But a couple things to share. One is, if you guys just really need to see more of me, because you just can't get enough of this amazing, sexy face and this wonderful, sonorous voice and these incredible talking points. If you can't get enough, I did an impromptu kind of, literally like an off the cuff kind of live stream a week and a half ago on a Saturday when I was brainstorming. And this gentleman, Tavo, he called in for a little bit right at the end of it. and he has a channel. I guess he literally just got to his like 1 year anniversary as well. So I guess his channel has been out there almost exactly as long as mine has been. And he hit me up, asked if I wouldn't mind coming on his show. He's a believer. I believe he identifies as a Christian. It's not going to be a debate because I really am not a fan of internet debates. I think when, if it's truly a debate, I think that accomplishes very little from either side of the fence. And it ends up just becoming fodder for the troll armies. You guys have probably seen where there is some internet debate between two people. And then the one guy will post clips about how he owned this person. And then the other person in the debate will post clips on their own channel about how they owned the other person. And it's the same debate, but people just want to claim victory afterwards, and they want to talk about how they just completely destroyed this other person. And of course, I can't stop Tavo or anyone from doing that. If you agree to go on someone's channel, you are to some extent putting yourself in their hands. But I've watched some of his content. He seemed very amenable when he called in here about a week and a half ago, and I've watched some of the content on his channel. I don't necessarily agree with all of his stuff, of course, because like I said, he's a believer. So we're going to have fundamental differences of opinion there, which is fine, but it's going to be more of a conversation, I believe. He's actually sent me, it's not like we have a script to go through, but he sent me a list of like potential questions, and it's more of a conversation about my takes on religion and atheism and some of his stuff and the channel that I've been running and all of that kind of stuff. So all that being said, if you guys want to check that out, check out Tavo's channel. This will be 2 days from now, May 28th, starting at 7 p.m. Central Time. So if you're on the West Coast of the U.S., it's 5 p.m., which would be, I guess, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Although I know some of you are out of the country as well. But if you want to check that out, I wanted to promote that because, he's being gracious enough to ask me on his channel. And I don't mind, to the extent that I can help push anyone's channel. Also, it's great if you guys anyone who might be interested will go check out some of his content or subscribe or what have you. But even if you just went onto his channel to see my amazing, beautiful face, you can do that too. Let me update my light over here. Yeah, that's not good. I'm gonna leave it like that. It'll be fine. Okay. So that is first public announcement of the Thursday additional live stream that I'll be on Tavo's channel. I'm sure it'll be available for replay as well. I think all of his stuff is available on replay, but of course it will be live on Thursday. So check that out. If you are free, if you want to check out Tavo's channel, or if you just want to see more of me, that would be great too. The next thing we're going to bring up is that since we have our soundboard coming up now, this is the first time since I've had the soundboard that we have a
Coward of the Week.
Yes, we have a new Coward of the Week today. We should go through all of these. We have
Coward of the Week.
And then second,
Coward of the Week.
There we go. And finally, once again,
Coward of the Week.
Yes, we have the Coward of the Week. So let's highlight this. I said before a couple of, hey bro, how you doing? A couple of weeks ago, I said, we're going to have like a kind of a recurring feature. I can't guarantee we're going to have this every week because it depends on whether or not we have a Coward of the Week. But in those cases where we have someone who qualifies as a Coward of the Week, I definitely want to make sure to highlight our Coward of the Week. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. And if you guys have followed the channel, followed the live streams, or followed some of my previous
by religious freaks,
comment
and I was never
stuff,
abused in Sunday school.
You might recognize this name, but there's this person, Salmon. Let me blow this up so you can see this here, because I know it's very tiny. Make that even a little bigger if we can. No, that takes it off the screen. That got too big. Okay, so Salmon edits or salmon edits. They used to be Salmon Mail, and they changed their name. I have actually highlighted them on other live streams where I was talking about commenters. This salmon person, they do, generally speaking, they are a preacher. I'm not saying that they are employed as a preacher, but when you run a channel like this, you know, there's several different classes of commenters that you get. Of course, you get supporters, people that love your stuff. You get the haters that just come in and throw insults. And of course, you also get the preachers that come in, the people that just sometimes completely disconnected to any of the content in the video itself, want to then just spray all of their proselytizing love over all of the commenters. I think they believe that they're doing something for Christ. I think they believe that they're doing the Lord's work. I think that they truly have in their mind that maybe possibly they're going to convert somebody to Jesus by getting onto atheist channels and putting on generic crap that usually has nothing to do with the content of the video whatsoever. But Salmon has been a frequent commenter on my stuff for probably at least 6 months now. And, you know, 6 weeks or 8 weeks, whenever I did my first live stream, you know, I started telling people, well, you know, if you really want to talk about this stuff, you can call in. And on the live stream forecast or broadcast from, what was that? Couple weeks ago on the 12th, Salmon gets in and comes in with the usual stuff. Prayers are answered by God. God is clear of what is good or bad and more. This is just wrong. If you have any problems, you can say. Now, I understand that believers are going to believe. That's what believers do. They believe. But anyone who really wants to get on to any video that has a strong atheist or agnostic bent and just wants to blanket give me this statement that prayers are answered by God, it is so weak and so pointless. I don't know why people think that it is even worth the few seconds of time that it takes to put these comments. I mean, from a content creator's perspective, it's great because, yeah, you want to put comments on my stuff. That's great. It helps the algorithm. It makes people look like you're interacting with the video, like you're more involved. So I guess if every Christian in the world wants to come to my videos and wants to put silly proselytizing comments on my videos, I guess that's a good thing. But it's still weird to me how some people like Salmon usually have no meaningful arguments in their toolkit whatsoever. The only thing that they can do is give you the theological equivalent of nah. You know, that's the entire thing that they can give you. And you'll see here, we'll look at, I'm not going to read the whole thread, but you know, after Salmon said that prayers are answered by God. And this, if you guys have been on my channel and have seen me with some of my other comments with commenters like this, you know that one of my common replies is just to give them the 3 laughing emojis, because that's really all that this deserves, right? But of course, Salmon can't leave it alone. They say, why are you laughing? Why? And I said, because your comment was hilarious. The mere suggestion that God answers prayers alone is borderline comedic. I mean, it's either, depending upon how you want to look at it, it's either very sad because you can see the mental disconnect, the lack of proper mental health that happens in those people who absolutely assert to you that God answers prayers. But if you stop worrying about the mental health of the people saying this, it's actually borderline hilarious to hear people asserting this over and over and over again. But I told them that their comment was hilarious, and they said, thank you, but it cannot be that funny. And I said, oh, it definitely was. It's absolutely hilarious. Someone else jumped in and said, oh yes, it was very funny indeed. You should be a stand-up comedian. Thank you, Neil Bradley. That's awesome. And then Salmon says, look, I've seen many of your videos about the Bible, which, to be fair, they do watch a lot of my videos. I don't know that they've watched all of them, but they've absolutely watched many of my videos. So like I said, I guess I should be grateful, because I don't care what your belief system is. If you want to come in and watch all of my videos, then that's cool. I guess I'm happy about that. But then it says, so why not I ask you a question? I think you should have no problem with it, right? So they have tried to ask me questions before in the comments, and I have learned from experience that trying to engage with comments or with their questions in the comments it's usually a pointless endeavor, because the question that they're going to ask me is just another setup for their proselytizing. They're not asking a question in good faith. They're asking a question that they think is going to just serve as a launch pad for them to preach, right? So that's why I then said, anyone on any video can leave any comment that they like, asking any question that's on their mind. If you want to ensure that I will answer your question, the best bet would be to call in during the live stream next Tuesday. This was before the live stream last week. So then they said, so tell me, how can you be so confident that there is no God? You say you know that there is no God, but you know nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. I know nothing. Okay, tell me, how did everything get made by nothing? So you can see now they're going to dive right into I think that that everything came from nothing, because this is one of the sad default talking points that no-brained theists fall back on. They want to create this straw man that asserts that every atheist believes that everything came from nothing, and then they proceed to try to drag it down. If there is truly no God, then how did something be made by nothing? It makes more sense than there is a creator, more sense than there is a creator who made everything than there being no creator. So you see, I said, yep, this is exactly the type of question I expected. I'd be happy to answer it during the next live stream, because there's no point in me even getting into the comments and giving the very obvious and very cogent responses that are deserved anytime someone starts throwing around this crap of like, oh, you think everything came from nothing. Even though I have never, in several hundred videos over the last year now, have I ever on any one occasion ever said or even implied that anything in the universe came from nothing. Furthermore, I have rarely heard any atheist ever even imply that. I mean, it's not like the position does not exist. I believe that there are atheists who have just posited that without God, everything did come from nothing. And that's a whole other theoretical discussion, but I have rarely found an atheist. I don't remember ever talking to an atheist live who's ever taken that position. I have never heard of a scientist taking that position. And even if we get into Big Bang stuff, that's another straw man that the theists come up with, because they want to assume that the Big Bang is the atheistic theory that everything came from nothing. But the Big Bang does not posit where everything came from. The Big Bang only posits what happened at the beginning of the universe as we know it in its current iteration before inflation. That does not mean that we being not even all atheists, but just everyone who believes in science, that does not mean that we all believe that the Big Bang was the beginning of the universe. In fact, the majority of cosmologists do not believe that the Big Bang was the beginning of the universe. It's a whole, long discussion. I knew this is exactly where they were going. And, so I said, you can call during the next live stream. So then Salmon says, okay, I will gladly wait until then. Just not forget about it. As though I was going to forget about my live stream. Like you guys were all going to be sitting there last Tuesday for the 1-year anniversary live stream. And I was like, oh shit, I forgot that the live stream was happening tonight. No, I did not forget that the live stream was happening. You can go check the records. I know a lot of you were there last week, but in case anyone doubts, you can go check the records. You can pull up the replay on my channel, and you can see that I did not forget that the live stream happened. I was there, and I was waiting all night. I mean, of course, we had other things to talk about, but I was waiting all night for Salmon to finally call in and do something other than plaster my comments with mindless proselytizing. They've even been on some of my live streams in the chat, but they did not come on last week after putting literally hundreds of comments on my videos over the last at least 6 or 7 or 8 months. And after last week claiming at least that, oh yeah, they're going to call in. Did we hear from Salmon during the 1-year anniversary live stream last week? No, we did not. So congratulations, Salmon Edits. You are this week's
Coward of the Week.
Yes, the Coward of the Week. So let's all have a drink to celebrate the Coward of the Week. Salmon, you are now the new Coward of the Week. Congratulations. I hope that you hold your crown well. I would not recommend holding it for too long. If you really want to do better with yourself, you could call in. Not that you're probably watching now. Or you could, get better arguments in the comments. One of the two. But I don't think either one of those things is going to happen. I think I'm just going to continue to see this occasional slop of proselytizing comments on my videos that have no real logic behind them and are not thought out in any meaningful way whatsoever. But cheers to you, Salmon.
Coward of the Week.
I do like the fruit juice. That's quite yummy. All right. So we will continue then with other thoughts and other comments. Again, if anybody feels a little froggy today and they want to jump, you can call in. I have done some more checking of the soundboard, so I think that the sound is going to be right. But then again, you never quite know. This isn't exactly high budget broadcast television going on here. Also, I have to say, right before I got like this whole checklist down. I'm getting my process down. I have a whole checklist of everything to set up before the live stream. And then I'm sitting here a few minutes before and I'm looking at, just my regular YouTube homepage. And once again, Justin's streaming right now. And I'm like, God, you cocksucker, man. I love Justin. You guys know I think he's awesome. But I'm just like, damn it. What's up with the Tuesday thing again? Oh, well, I just have to pick my night. Tuesday is the night that I'm putting my stake in the ground. I'm not going to say that I'm going to go head to head with anyone, least of all Justin, but I'm just going to pick Tuesday's my night, right? I can't guarantee that no one else out there is going to be live streaming head to head with me and destroying me. So, and at this point, yes, exactly, Rainbow. Rock hard for Doug. I mean, I'm saying all this jokingly because, even if Justin streamed 7 nights a week, that doesn't mean I can't. It doesn't mean I can't stream. I just have to carve out my little niche and hope that along the way some people listen to me sometimes too. But it's not like I'm going to take down Justin. That's for sure. Okay. So moving on, we have covered the guest live stream I'll be on Thursday. We covered the Coward of the Week. So before we get into the comments on my stuff, I thought it would be kind of fun just to look at this because I saw this the other day and I thought, oh, we should look at this like during the live stream because this stuff's fucking hilarious to me. I see in the comments there, someone says, when is the Kirk Cameron live stream? I don't know. Oh, I will mention though, I should mention because members will have seen, well, if you've been on the channel in the last 3 or 4 hours, you will have seen this as a member. But I have a video that just got posted. It'll be live on Monday. And I'm excited for it because it was fun to do because it had Kirk Cameron. So I'll just show you the thumbnail for this and you guys will see it coming up on Monday. No, on Friday. On Friday it will launch. So Kirk Cameron did this video that is, I shouldn't be surprised anymore about apologists because apologists don't seem to have any shame and they don't seem to have any self-awareness. A lot of them. There are some that are better than others. as a recap the whole video for you. If you're a member, you can see it now. If you're not a member, you'll be able to see it on Friday when it goes live. But in this video, Kirk Cameron, who I don't think I need to introduce you to, you guys probably know who I'm talking about here. He did a whole video talking about The Boys, the very popular show, which just concluded on Amazon, and specifically talking about Homelander, who is the quintessential villain of The Boys, the big bad, like one of the coolest villains I've ever seen in fiction. And I am a huge fan of the TV show. I watched all of it. I watched the finale, all of this. And Kirk Cameron took this as an opportunity to get in and start preaching his bullshit, which not only was logically incoherent on many different points, but then here's the real kicker. About 3/4 of the way through the video, he tells you specifically that he has not watched the show and will not watch the show. So he's never seen it. He's seen nothing but, synopses of it and think pieces about it, but he's never watched the show. He's never going to watch the show, which I don't care, because I will be the first one to admit to you, if you are a conservative Christian media consumer, you probably don't want to watch The Boys. I don't care if people say, hey, certain types of content are not for me. The Boys is very rough in a lot of different ways. It has extremely graphic violence. It has sexual situations that go outside the bounds of what we normally see in televised fiction or streaming fiction. So if you don't want to watch it, that's fine. But the cojones, the Jesus cojones it takes to not watch a show, admit that I'm not watching the show, but then still think that you have the intelligence and the moral authority to get on and preach to us about what the show means and how the villains of the show should be interpreted. That takes some real cojones, So check out that video when it comes out on for all the non-members, which is most of you, of course. Check that out on Friday when it comes out. I'm hoping that you will enjoy that. And I have 2 other scripts that I just wrote that I'm really looking forward to. I'm not going to sit here and tell you all about them today, but I'm really excited. I'm going to get those recorded really soon so that we can get those queued up to come out probably in the next week or 2. I have so much stuff to do because I have those scripts I have to record. I have new God-free Bible studies that I have to record, although I currently have them recorded through the June 10th, which is a couple weeks away. Anyway, getting into other comments. F-Stop says, I watched the first season and found it very unsettling and way too current. Absolutely. I'm pretty jaded about my media, so I loved that. But it was unsettling, and it was way, way too current. But I found that to be a great aspect of the show. But I also understand that for some people, that may not be what they want to turn on streaming for. That may not be how they want to spend a Friday night or a Tuesday night sitting down and watching media with their significant other or whatever. It may not be a good way to spend the night. I know, like for my wife, she's watched The Boys with me. She watched the whole thing. She had problems with some of it. She has problems even watching Invincible, which I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole, explain all this to you guys. But if you guys are fans of this stuff, if you've seen Invincible, it's kind of like The Boys, but it's all animated. But it's still, even for an animated show, there's some really graphic violence there, and there's some adult themes. Not quite like The Boys, but she even had a hard time with that. All right, so let's pull up. I just thought this would be fun. We're not going to sit here and go through 354 comments on this, but you can see we have a post put up a few weeks ago by our good friends and buddies, Answers in Genesis. Oh, yes, all those answers in Genesis. So if you see the comment there, it says, if the early chapters of Genesis are not literal history, then faith in the rest of the Bible is undermined, including its teaching on salvation and morality. Before I even look at any of the comments, and I have not gone through and highlighted comments for us to look at. I just figured I was going to pull this up in front of you, talk about it for a minute, and we'll just randomly see what kind of comments are listed underneath this big steaming pile of horseshit that people call theology. I assume that you guys are unfortunately familiar with Answers in Genesis, but even if you wanted to assume, even if we tried to put on our fundamentalist hat, and I know it's an ugly hat, it smells bad, you don't want your friends to see you wearing it, but let's just try to assume for a moment we put on our fundamentalist hat and tried to give them, on some level, the benefit of the doubt. Even if we took ourselves out of the feels that any logical person gets when they think about Answers in Genesis, the mere statement itself is fundamentally devoid of logic. Because if we were to believe this on any level, it tells you essentially that if any part of a text is not 100% literally correct, then everything else in the text is, undermined, including its teachings, including its morality. And that is just provably, logically fallacious. I mean, you don't even have to be about religion on this, okay? You could have a scientific paper, right? And maybe someone puts out a research paper, and maybe you think that the thesis in the beginning of the research paper is bullshit. Maybe you think that you can disprove it in your lab. Maybe you think that it's not using sound science. That still doesn't mean that every single fact in the rest of the research paper is wrong. That those conclusions do not follow. But this is the kind of bullshit that you get from these people. And especially for, I have, considering the size of my channel, I have a fair number of people who watch my channel from outside the United States, which is very humbling. And sometimes I even get comments from people, you can tell that they don't quite understand the extent to which this kind of bullshit permeates the national dialogue about Christianity and about science and about morality throughout this country. Now, it doesn't mean that every Christian believes like Answers in Genesis does, because of course that's not true. But this shit is endemic throughout this country. It's not just like this tiny little fringe group that has crazy ideas. No, this shit comes up over and over again. And I always mention this. I live in a country where a third of the fucking people do not believe that evolution is a real thing. So when I was growing up, I was raised Christian, but when I was growing up, I didn't even realize that there were Christians who were so bold and so stupid and so fundamentalist and so adamant as to assert to you that all of these facts from science simply don't exist and aren't real and are all part of some conspiracy. In fact, I think that the first time I ever even heard about the existence of full-on fundamentalists who believed everything as it's written in Genesis was when, if you're in this country, you might remember this, 25 years ago, a little less than that. Unfortunately, Kansas became infamous for having a big debate and being one of the first states to try to force people to teach creationism alongside evolution. And in fact, this was also the incident that spawned the Pastafarian movement. And before that, I didn't even realize that even amongst Christians that there were people this stupid and this detached from reality. And yet here we are now in 2026, and a third of the damn people in the country do not believe in evolution. Now, to be clear, there's not a one-to-one correlation here. Like, you don't have to be a religious fundamentalist. It's not like everyone who doesn't believe in evolution is a religious fundamentalist. You don't have to be the same. but there's a huge overlap. The Venn diagram is very close to a circle, because if you're going to go so far as to just tell me that evolution is all some kind of fantasy and the entire scientific community around the world is just this big conspiracy that's trying to keep you from the truth, then the only way that you normally get there is by eating up shit like this from Answers in Genesis. And not only is this factually, this is logically inconsistent. It makes no sense to assert that just because something in the beginning of a book is wrong, that means everything else about the book, including moral or, salvation teachings or whatever, must also be wrong. That doesn't make any sense. But on top of that, this is something that is hammered on people. This is used as a cudgel in this country. Again, not amongst all Christians, but amongst too many people who want to gatekeep around their Christianity. It's not enough that you also say, hey, I like Jesus too, and I'm a Christian. Okay, but do you believe all these things? Have you thrown away every piece of your scientific mind? And if you tell them no on any level, then they want to gatekeep. Then they want to create their little tribes and tell you that you're not a real Christian. You're not really one of us. And this is what I find to be really one of the many things about religion and specifically Christianity in this country that is disgusting, because it's factious. It creates factions even amongst believers, and it forces this type of infighting, and it forces this us against them mentality. It really is everything opposite of what reasonable Christians think that their religion should be or is. Let's just look at some of the comments on this. Notice, and this is just sorted by, I guess, top. But the first thing here says, even Jesus spoke of Noah. Who cares? What does that have to do with anything? Just because Jesus, who was a Jew and would have been familiar with the Hebrew Bible, of course he spoke of Noah. That doesn't mean that Jesus got up at the Sermon on the Mount and said, yea, I say unto you that the entire earth was absolutely covered by a global flood. That is nothing that Jesus said. Jesus, as any other devout, practicing Jew of his time, would have fully understood in the mythological sense who Noah was. And he probably believed that Noah was a real person. He probably believed that the stories of Genesis regarding Noah were reasonably true. But you also have to remember that Jesus had no fucking clue that there was North or South America. Jesus had no clue how tall Mount Everest is. Jesus didn't know that there was a continent in the world called Australia. So to even assume that because Jesus spoke of Noah, that somehow connects some type of logical tissue to the idea that therefore everything in Genesis is true is a complete non sequitur. It doesn't make any sense. So then this idiot says, man's fallible word versus God's infallible word. I would love to get Bobby Hikes here to call in, because we could have a long conversation about God's infallible word. We can sit here and go on for hours about the blatant and obvious contradictions in the Bible. We could go on for hours about the clear instances where God does not know how a woman's body works. God does not know how animals in his own kingdom are classified. God doesn't know all sorts of stuff, but you want to tell me that this is God's infallible word. Okay, sure. The level of stupid. I mean, you just have to be marinating in the stupid. You can't be a little stupid. You have to fill up the pool with stupid, and you have to take a big, deep dive in the stupid in order to allow yourself to baste in this much stupidity. Here's another one who thinks that because Jesus made some kind of reference to Genesis that it must all be true. The Lord Jesus Christ quoted from Genesis. The Apostle Paul says all scripture is God-breathed, and Paul's word is the commandments of the Lord. What does that have to do with whether or not people can't even understand that these comments they're giving don't even connect to whether or not everything in Genesis is literal truth? They just think that, oh, because Jesus quoted something from Genesis, yes, Jesus was a Jew. Paul was a fucking Pharisee. Of course he knew about Genesis. Of course he knew all about it. What else? We won't do this for too long, but I just want to see some of the other comments that they have here. The future is already written thousands of years ago, and those who read may have once thought it's impossible to happen, but it still did. Things will come to pass. You can just see this person sitting around, with their lovely church music and probably groping a crystal at the same time. Like, oh, the future is already written thousands of years ago. The shit people come up with. This is interesting. This person says both, my brother, both. It's both literal and literary. I don't know what they think they're accomplishing with that content or with that comment. It's both literal and literary. I mean, you can have literature that is based heavily on literal events, but if you have something that is just nothing but a factual account of something happening, that's not really literature. That's a chronicle. I mean, I'd have to look up the definition of the word literature, but I don't think that literature really just encompasses historical chronicles. If I sit down and write down on a paper everything that happens outside my house for 2 years, and I write down the dates and the times, is that literary? Because I don't think you can be truly literary and literal, at least not fully in the same sense at the same time. It doesn't really make much sense to me. Oh well. I like this. Coffee and Bites says, exactly, and that's why we don't buy it. Thanks for being honest. Yay, someone actually speaking truth to these idiots. Yes, you're right. If we can't believe your entire book, then it's all bullshit, and that's why we don't buy it. I love that. That's great. It says, this person says, yes, I wish people would stop downplaying the importance and meaning of Genesis. This is something that actually really annoyed me when I was a Christian, because it is so intellectually lazy, and you're losing so much value and so much meaning out of almost any text when you state or imply that if you don't take everything literally, then somehow you're downplaying the importance of it. In order to make that kind of statement, it essentially means that you are willfully blind to what could be great meaning in the book. And I'm not a Christian anymore, of course, as you guys know, but even I will admit to you that if you want to get meaning out of Genesis, there's a ton of meaning that you can extract from that book. Now, I've gotten to the point in my life where even if I try to think about things on a cosmic level, like what are the deeper lessons to be drawn from Genesis, I don't really get much value from it either way at this point in my life. But I would not sit there and tell you that there's no meaning in the book, or that the only meaning comes from understanding the exact literal chronicle that it's reading to you. How obtuse do you have to be in order to read a text and say that if I don't believe that this happened exactly as it's written on the page, that I can then not extract the true meaning out of, I mean, you may as well never read poetry. You may as well never read The Road Less Traveled. Because if you think that The Road Less Traveled is just about a guy standing at a fork in the road and thinking about which path to take, then you are an idiot. But this is the kind of stupidity that you get from these kinds of comments. we'll get off of that. I don't want to spend all night talking about answers in Genesis, but I thought that would be fun to kind of highlight for a little while. Okay. Weirdo, if you're still here, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you. Yeah, are we getting like trolls now? What's going on now? Have we attracted the trolls? I'm seeing slurs. Is that what I was seeing? Like, not good, people. Not good. Not good at all. All right, so we will go through, assuming that there are going to be, I see no callers queued up. So if anyone wants to call in, as always, you are welcome to do so. We have the link on the screen. We have the link pinned to the chat. We have the link in the description. Also, I just as a quick note, I made some updates today to nothing huge, but added some new content to skepticus.info. So if anyone at any time feels you'd like to poke around this site, if you weren't on last week's stream, just as a reminder for everyone, this is the public information companion, if you will, to my Skepticus channel. It's just meant as I started creating it as a place for me to put my notes about things to talk about, like during live streams or during calls or what have you. But I realized, why not make this a resource for everyone? So we have a lot of different documents here about things about religion. We have lists of contradictions. We have syllogisms, etc., etc. So if anyone ever wants to check that out, you are always welcome to do so. And I did make some updates today. I am going to hit the restroom really fast. And yes, I did go right before the stream started, but hey, I'm an old man. So I will be right back. Nobody can leave. Lock the door. Don't let anyone out. Well, if I don't come back in an hour, then the stream's over. But that's not going to happen. I will be right back, and we will get into some tasty comments from the last week. All right, here we go. No one left. And if they did, I will hunt you down. I will hunt them down like the dogs that they know they are. All right, getting into comments. Let's pull these up. If I can get to here. And we'll make this bigger. This came in literally like, I don't know, a half hour ago or something. Well, 3 hours ago, I guess. I was preparing notes and stuff for the live stream, but I just thought this was funny. So a while back, I had this video. You guys might have seen it, but it was a good 9 months ago. 38 quotes that question everything about religion. So I guess JM Rodas was watching this today, and they said, I shall write these quotes and burn them. I sometimes when you see comments like this, you don't actually know. I mean, I don't know if they're just being sarcastic, or if they're actually like offended by the fact that somebody made a video about quotes that destroy religion. They're not my quotes. If you watch the video, they're quotes from all kinds of people, most of them well-known, famous people. You know, I thought it was an interesting topic for a video to put up these 38 quotes. And then of course I provided my ever so witty commentary about all of them, but that was the basis of the video. But then the fact that they say, I shall write these quotes and burn them. I am probably taking it too literal, but I'm really savoring this mental image of them writing down the quotes like on pieces of paper, you know, and having some ritualistic fire where they're burning them in the sight of Yahweh and saying, look, I have burned the quotes. These quotes have been burned out from the universe. And God can enjoy the pleasing smell of these blasphemous quotes burning and going into the air. Oh my. So I don't know how literally I'm supposed to take this one. If we take it hyper literally, it is to me very entertaining. They may have just been writing it in a sarcastic way too, but I prefer, sometimes I really hope that when people leave comments like this, I really actually hope that they're feeling like, oh my gosh, I have to print out these quotes and burn them. It's though that's actually going to accomplish anything. And the sad part is, again, maybe this is too literal, but that kind of magical thinking comes directly from the Bible. This sort of sympathetic magic that, you know, you can somehow accomplish something by writing it down and burning it, or writing it down and, you know, think about the bitter water where the woman has to eat the ink from this confession. Like, it's disgusting, but it's also, if we take out the idea that maybe this literally happened to someone at some point in the past, which would be disgusting and would be torture, it's so stupid as to be moderately entertaining to think that anyone could ever think in these terms, you know? But I don't know, maybe right now, somewhere in the world, there's a little bonfire outside someone's house and they're writing down all the quotes from my video and they're just throwing them into the fire and they're begging God for forgiveness. I really hope that's the case, but I'll probably never know. Moving on. This here is from a friend of the channel, but I thought it was a great point to highlight. So, secular scriptures, I haven't seen her in the chat tonight, but a lot of times she's with us as well. But she says, this is replying to an old video that I did, although this comment came in just recently, talking about the Trinity. And she says, I'd say personal, singular, and masculine, specifically referring to Yahweh. They're talking about what references in the Old Testament refer to what aspects of the Trinity. That's the context here, okay? But then they say, though the divine counsel is often plural, they have been edited out enough over the years that they are hard to find. But this is the part that I really wanted to highlight for you guys because I thought it was a very interesting comment. When my kid was reading Jeremiah, we had such a problem determining who was speaking that we had to break it up into different character voices like a play to figure it out. And I've noticed this before in Godfree Bible Study. We really haven't gotten to this point yet because we've done the Pentateuch, then we did Joshua, and now we're in 1 Samuel. We did Joshua and Judges and 1 Samuel. And a lot of that is very chronological or quasi-chronological. We have a caller coming in here. Let me get to, I was just going to get to you, but if you want to call back, it said from cold and boring Russia. So that would be very interesting. But then before I could grab them, they, like a fish out of the net, you know, like I almost had them in the boat. But if you want to come back in, please, by all means. But especially as you get more into the prophetic writings, you know, and like Isaiah is really bad on this, but you know, there's a lot of books there that are from the prophets. And when you read a lot of those books, and Psalms can be like this too. Trying to figure out, like, wait, who's talking now? Like, it's really difficult sometimes to even figure out who we are supposed to understand as the narrator or as the orator from reading the text. Because, like, for example, sometimes you'll have a prophet writing about their observations, and then it will kind of almost seamlessly slip into them talking on behalf of this vision where they were giving you what God said. Or sometimes it's them talking about this vision where they're telling you what someone else in the vision said. And then they'll go back to talking about just telling you what they say. And it can usually be followed, but it's not easy. And I like the fact that secular scriptures brings this up, because this also plays into what I see a lot of times from Christians, where, they just grab things out of context. They pull this one verse and they think it applies to Jesus, or, this one verse that they want to tell you about how it should be used to hate on people, but then they haven't read the whole thing in context. And in my humble opinion, there's never a really great excuse for pulling something out of context, especially if it's done wantonly. But if I'm trying to be as accommodating as I can to the Christian viewpoint, I will also admit, you can say it's a Christian viewpoint or the Jewish viewpoint, whatever. I will also admit that sometimes when you're reading some of these older texts, especially when you get it more into the prophetic text, it can be difficult to keep the thread and understand who in the hell am I supposed to believe that is telling this story right now? Who are we supposed to believe is speaking? Who are we supposed to believe is narrating? What person is this told in? So that can be very difficult. So I liked the fact that secular scriptures put this comment on that. We'll keep going through the comments, but if anyone wants to call in, like I said, I had one person there for a second, and then they evaporated. So we'll get someone else later. Maybe. We'll see. I will also mention, maybe it's hard to imagine, maybe I shouldn't just try to talk through it, but for those who are regulars, you may remember, like, Jonathan is kind of a friend of the channel. He's been on a bunch of times. And the last time he was on was about 2 weeks ago. And I had a big problem, like, with feedback in his mic. And you could argue, like, well, maybe it's his phone or it's his charger. But I think I figured out how to fix that. And what really kind of inspired me to dive into it more and think that I have it fixed is that I then, after that, was watching Justin's show, being Deconstruction Zone. And he was talking to someone else who was sitting outside on a cell phone on their speakerphone, and they were having the same issue. And Justin never even brought up the feedback issue. It's like, I don't know if Justin didn't hear it well or if he didn't care because it wasn't too loud as to be annoying. But I was hearing the exact same issue. You could hear Justin's voice feeding back through the user's microphone and turning into this really distorted kind of low frequency wobble in the background. And I think I have that fixed, but I won't know for certain until someone like Jonathan calls in again. So we'll see. But hopefully I have that hammered down. We do seem to have more trolls tonight. Of course, here's what's really funny too. You notice that more times than not, the trolls never call in. Trolls just want to make comments. I mean, I've watched enough of Justin stuff to know that certainly you get trolls that will call too. But the funny thing is that more often than not, they don't call. It's like the only thing that they want to do is be a keyboard warrior. They want to sit there and, spray all of their generic bullshit proselytizing all over the comments. And because we've even had, even in the young history of my channel, in the young history of my live streams, it's not like I have hundreds of people listening, right? But even in my modest little arena here, we've had, I see Jonathan is trying to call in. Cool. Even in my modest little arena, we've had other times in the past where someone will get into the comments and then they start, trolling a bunch of shit. And sometimes you'll even see the other people in the chat will be like, dude, call in. Like, like if you want to go off or something, if you think you have something to say, then call in. And more often than not, they almost never do. Even some of the people like, I called out at the beginning of the show, the coward of the week. This week's coward of the week was Salmon Edits. And Salmon was in one of the prior live streams, putting in a bunch of comments in the chat, but they wouldn't call in. And the guy that I highlighted the week before that as being a coward of the week, he was in the chat session, but he wouldn't call in. And I don't care. It's a free show, and no one has to call in. And if all you want to do is leave comments, that's your prerogative. I can't make anyone call in. But I just think, like, if you think you have that much to say, if you just think you're not putting a few comments here and there, or if you're not just literally conversing with someone in the chat, but you think that you just have this amazing stuff to share with everyone, then why wouldn't you actually want it to be shared to everyone who is listening? Because even in the small audience that I have here, I can guarantee that not everyone who's watching right now is reading all of the comments in the chat. But everyone who's watching, well, almost everyone who's watching is at least listening to what's happening. Unless they've stepped away from their desk or whatever, But anyway, moving on. And we'll see if Jonathan gets a chance to call in. We'll see if we've solved that audio issue as well. I don't want to brag about it because until Jonathan is the one guy who I know had that issue with the feedback. And until I hear him call in, I don't know if I've actually fixed it. But I found that there were some settings that I could use in this tool. I use the same tool that Justin uses. It's this tool called VDO Ninja, and it allows you to do peer-to-peer audio and voice sharing. So when you call into Justin's show and when you call into my show, you get these links. And those links, of course, they're not phone numbers, right? It's basically like a peer-to-peer Zoom. And you can change settings on there. And within reason, you can sometimes tweak the settings in a way that help you to eliminate things like feedback. But like I said, I'm not going to brag about that too much, because as soon as you start bragging about it, then you get another caller on the line and realize that we haven't really fixed it. So, okay, next comment is that this is another friend of the channel. This is on the prophecy series, which I have to say I'm kind of bummed out because I wanted to eventually do like a video for each one of these bullshit make-believe prophecies that Jesus never fulfilled, and most of them had nothing to do with Jesus. The problem is that I've noticed that these videos I've done for each individual prophecy don't seem to get much traction at all. And I don't want to sound like I'm, it's not like it's all about the views, but at some point, if no one's watching, you're like, okay, I guess I'm not going to do this entire series. So we'll see on that. But this person says, the silly thing is, even if we grant that it's a prophecy and that it's singular offspring or seed of King Saul is a way better fit than Jesus. So I wanted to highlight this comment just because there are so many of these vague, incredibly vague, nothing prophecies from the Old Testament. And just like Matt M is saying, even if you were to grant that it's a prophecy, there are so many other figures usually from the Bible itself that could be reasonably deemed as having fulfilled that prophecy. I don't have it in front of me, but there's a famous thing about Moses at the end of Deuteronomy where it says like another will come like him, right? And Christians, of course, will look at that and say, aha, see, that's Jesus. Another will come like him. Yeah, but there are already so many other prophets in the Old Testament that perfectly would fit the bill as being like Moses, as being prophets, as being men of God, as being leaders of God. Like how you can look at that vague statement and tell me that it's Jesus is not only just completely cherry picking because you feel like you have to make a case for your sad, dead God king, but then on top of that, it gets worse because even within the Hebrew Bible itself, there are so many other figures that would perfectly fit this vague mold that you have carved out that you feel you have to shove Jesus into. It is the whole prophecy thing with Jesus. I did that first long live stream on Easter where I did 9 hours of going through all of the prophecies of Jesus, which are not prophecies, and even if you think that they are, they fail horribly and they make Jesus look like a fucking clown. That's all there's to it. But on top of that, even beyond the fact that the prophecies are lame and stupid and don't work, even if you want to assume that they're prophecies, there is no reason to believe that any of them have to point to Jesus, because it's no more than someone reading tea leaves, picking some vague sentence out of the middle of the Old Testament and saying, oh gosh, that has to be Jesus. It's ridiculous. But I thought that this was a good comment. I wanted to highlight it. Okay, this one is funny. This came in this week. This is another person I told to call in, but they're not going to. To be fair, they said in the comments that they're not going to. But this was on the video that I did. Just what was it? Last Monday, I think. About this, or last Friday, I can't remember. This Christian con game, this Jeremiah Johnston asswipe, who's sitting here on Alan Parr's show, and he's holding up a nail, and he's saying, look, this somehow proves something about Jesus, you know, and he's holding up this random stupid shit, and he's telling you somehow that this somehow points some way to Jesus. But then this person, VI683A, says, I think you missed the point of Jesus. It is faith. It is by faith, not proof. And the funny part about them putting this comment there is I agree with them. I don't know. They probably didn't watch the video, because a lot of times when people make these comments, they never actually watched the video. Because if you watch the video, I'm also strongly of the opinion, when I was a Christian, I felt this way. And even as an atheist, I feel this way, that if you want to believe in Jesus, believe in Jesus. Don't think that you're going to prove him. You can't prove the resurrection. You can't prove the crucifixion. It should be faith. That's the only good reason to be Christian in my mind. It's just because you personally believe it. If you think that that it should come down to proof, then I would argue that your faith already sucks ass. Hey, John, I see you there. Let me unmute you. So can you hear me, bro? Oh, I see your, let me see. I think. Oh, wait, say again.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, I can hear you fine now. But
Our phone is so low.
Yes, I know, Dad. Chill out.
That's
the
Dad,
same
chill
robot I
out.
have to deal with every time.
Oh man,
Okay, just a second. So testing 1, 2, 3.
this ain't even my phone this time, because mine's having troubles.
Okay, well,
Hello.
I don't know if it was about your phone, but I know, like, at least on this phone, I don't hear any of that weird feedback.
Where's the speaker on this thing, Chloe?
The speaker should be down there somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, we're having some difficulties on this end.
I mean, from this side, I don't know how you guys are hearing it out in the YouTube sphere, but from this side, you sound beautiful. But
As far as I can tell, it sounded like you said beautiful on his end.
I'm just gonna go ahead and unmute.
yeah, it sounds great.
Well, then we get an echo. That's the problem.
You're hearing an echo?
I got to work on her phone too.
Okay. Michael says, who's on the phone? This is John. John's been with us a number of times before.
Hey, John, I see you there. Let me unmute you. So.
Well, then give me your earplugs, then. I'm gonna try her on Bluetooth.
Yeah, Michael says you sound good
Makes
from
a
there.
difference.
So I have a listener from the YouTube
You should
sphere
have
saying you
tried
sound
something
good.
real quick, dude.
I can barely hear you.
Okay, I can hear you fine now.
And from this side,
Give
this
it
side,
a
I
moment
think
to
you sound pretty good. Yep, we got no echo. So
Which one?
Oh my gosh, stop.
Okay.
now I can hear myself in the background there. So you need
Okay,
to,
how's that?
yeah, that's good. But you just need to mute me in the background because I can hear myself coming back in your background.
Is this thing on?
Yes, it's on.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So should I continue with my commentary? Or do you want to jump in with some thoughts, John?
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to continue then
I
and
don't hear nothing, Chloe.
jump in whenever you want there.
I don't hear nothing.
So
I don't hear a thing in that thing.
Oh.
As I was saying here, I love how this person comments on my video, you know, seemingly trying to kind of admonish me about, you know, I think you missed the point of Jesus. It is by faith and not proof. And even as an atheist, I will be the first one to tell you. I'm going to mute you for a minute there just because I hear you kind of like talking in the background, which is fine. I just don't like, if we're not going to chat, it's kind of. Okay. I'm going to mute you a little bit, but, so I'm going to move on to the next comment now, while he's working that out, but moving on here. Actually, I'll mute you till I pull up this. Oh, then he disappeared. Okay. John was sounding great. I mean, it sounded like he had some audio issues on his end as far as how to hear me, but he was sounding great on this side. So, which again, probably TMI, probably boring, but if you guys were on previous live streams, you'll know that when we talked to John before, there was like weird feedback coming through, and I think I solved that by changing the Magic Video Ninja settings. So that I also prayed. You know, I had a big long prayer. That's what we should do. We should have a prayer session right now. Like, okay, hold up. This is what we got to do. Let's get this right here. Dear Lord, dear Jesus, we are gathered here today because you don't seem to want to answer any prayers at all. We are gathered here today because there is a crew of watchers and listeners right now on my channel who don't have a fucking clue that you exist. And despite the fact that Christians keep telling us that we just have to have faith, we can't find any evidence that you exist whatsoever. So, dear Jeebus, dear Holy Spirit, dear Yahweh, I implore you, call in. The number is, if Jeebus wants to call in right now, we are listening. If Yahweh wants to call in, I don't know if the Holy Spirit can call in. Can the Holy Spirit talk? I'm not sure. I guess spirits can talk. It depends on how you categorize. Okay, one way or another, whether it's the Holy Spirit or Jeebus or Yahweh, the number is right there. All we need is for you to call in and show yourself. I beseech you, the undefeated hide-and-seek champion of the universe for 2,000 years running. You have proven your dominance at hide-and-seek. You are the unquestioned hide-and-seek master of the universe. It is now time for you to put down your reigning championship as hide-and-seek master and finally talk to someone. Finally let yourself be known. We're here, we're listening, and I don't think we're going to hear from you, but I would love to be proven wrong. That is our Tuesday moment of prayer. Jonathan says, just to let you know, we are working on it, but at least it did give you a test as well for her phone, so we are going to try a laptop. Cool. Like I said, Jonathan, I could hear you great, and it sounded like the viewers could hear you well. So sounds like if you get it working on your side, we're all good. We may have to do another prayer session, a little while, but we'll see. We're not gonna. I don't want to beat Yahweh over the head with this, right? So we're gonna be respectful. I'm gonna give him that one earnest prayer as I just did, and we're gonna give him a little while, see if he calls in. If not, we may have to pray again. We may need to do like a virtual prayer circle. We'll have to like spiritually hold hands and call on Jeebus to call us. Call on Jeebus to make himself known. I mean, Salmon asserts, like all Christians do, that God answers prayers. Jesus answers prayers. So, Jesus, if you answer prayers that I am praying right now in Jesus' name, call in and actually be someone who can answer something. We'll see how that goes. I did think before we started this, I was like, oh, we should start with a prayer to Jesus and Yahweh and the Holy Spirit to call in. And then I started talking and blabbing and drinking and I forgot about it. So I guess better late than never. But I don't think that we had to call right at the beginning in order for Jesus to hear us if we were to believe this. Okay, we'll see. So, all right. You there, John? Testing. You see, now I don't hear anything from you. And I can tell when I'm speaking, I can see so you must be hearing me because I can see your audio putting through my voice, but I'm not getting any audio from you. So I will leave that up. If you get the audio working, we will hear you. But Jeebus, if you're listening, you can call in too. It's not just one line. This isn't like the phone line from 1973. We can get multiple callers. So Jesus, there is always an open line for you here. Yahweh, there's always an open line. We would love to hear from you. All right. So Snow Angel here says, I feel dumb that I accepted this prophecy as gospel as a Christian, because seeing it as an ex-Christian atheist, it's so dumb, LOL. So that I did. I like this comment, but I wanted to throw this up as a little bit of a teaser because I just wrote a script for a video that I'm very excited to record. And it's the crux of the script is about how things that you see when you finally take off the Christian, the God goggles, when you finally decide that you're no longer in the faith, assuming that you have deconstructed, right? But the things that you see, it's amazing what you see, and it's amazing what you believed when you were in. I got noise coming back from you there. That's kind of weird and mildly annoying. I don't know what's going on there. All right. Don't know what you're doing there, bro. Test. Oh, actually. Okay, that noise coming back is coming from feedback from my voice. That's strange. Because if I don't talk, that goes away. So that's not working. That's not good. All right, I'm going to mute you there because otherwise every time I talk, then I know so Michael says someone's breathing into the mic. It's actually not breathing. That's actually, at first I thought it was breathing or some kind of static, but then I realized it is feedback coming back from my voice back into his mic because it only happens when I talk. So I'm actually going to hang up on you here. But of course, you're welcome to call back. So Jonathan, when you were on the cell phone, it actually sounded great from our end. But obviously you were having problems hearing me from your end. So I'm not sure what was up with that. But I saw you. John says, is there a future tense in the Bible? Is there a future tense in the Bible? I mean, yes, there are times when they use a future tense. I'm not sure if that's where you're getting with prophecy. But generally speaking, there are places where they talk in future tense. That is actually one of the things that I brought up in my scorecard, because when I do, the scorecard, and you put in one of these values here, just let me just put this in real quick. One of the things that I put in for a scorecard is it future tense? Because there are so many places where they have a prophecy that they want you, there are so many places where Christians want you to believe that there is a prophecy. And yet this so-called prophecy does not even speak in future tense. Now, to be perfectly fair, I do not believe that even if there was such a thing as a proper, legit prophecy, I do not believe that it always has to be spoken or written out in future tense, because you could, in theory, like under the tropes of prophecy, you could have someone who's having a prophetic vision, right? So like when you read Revelation, Revelation is this big, gnarly, prophetic vision. And yet most of Revelation is not given to you in future tense because he's telling you what he saw in the vision. So I don't have a problem with those being in non-future tense, because it's clear from the outset that someone is communicating to you a vision. It's like if I told you that I had a prophetic dream last night, and in relating the dream to you, I said that here's what happened past tense in the dream. And yet, depending upon how you interpret the dream, you might actually believe that this is a prophecy of future events. So I don't want to be a jerk about any of the critiques that I give about prophecy. It is theoretically possible to give someone a prophecy that is spoken or written in past or current tense. But it is one of the major alarm bells that you need to pay attention to when someone starts pulling shit out of the Bible and they want to claim that something is a prophecy, and yet it's nothing more than a past tense chronicle of something that happened in the past from the point of view of the writer at that point in the Bible. Does it mean it can't be future tense? No, it could be future tense. But that's a real stretch. You know, again, unless you know that someone is giving you a vision that they received that is spoken in past tense. Otherwise, the fact that it's in past tense is by itself pretty problematic. Okay, let's see. Moving on. Where are my notes? Notes. This person... I think this person is being complimentary, but I wanted to bring this up. You'll appreciate how this is like. How do I take this? James comments a lot, so like I think that they're definitely, and they've been in my live streams before, so I'm not going to say that this is. But if you read this, like it says, "Hello, Adam. You should go on college campuses and take questions from students like Charlie Kirk and preachers do." Now you see that my answer was, well, I'd love to do that if I didn't have a standard full-time job in addition to this channel. But, you know, and then they say, well, you'd make millions of dollars in fame like Charlie Kirk did, and everybody would love you too. But I didn't want to put this in the comments because this starts to hit some emotional triggers pretty fast, and it starts to really dance over the lines of what is in good taste. But we know what happened to Charlie Kirk. So I don't know if, you know, like if I hadn't seen this person comment on my stuff before, and they are a regular commenter, so I don't think that they meant it in this way. But, you know, if I told you, man, you should go around to campuses and talk places like Charlie Kirk, you know, you could take it like, dude, are you like giving me a low-key death wish? Like, are you trying to insinuate that you wish someone would take me out? Because you could read it that way. I don't think that's what James meant, but I couldn't help but read that and kind of chuckle to myself, like, is this a compliment or is this like a low-key death wish? I'm not sure. But I don't think that they actually meant it in quite that same way. Okay, this guy, he's probably going to be next week's, hold up. He's probably going to be next week's
Coward of the Week.
Because this is another one who just like feels like he's got so much intelligent stuff to add in, but he won't call in for anything. So this person on one of my prophecy videos, right? Do you really think a smug thumbnail, it's going to make religion go away? I love how people put this shit there. They think they're being clever, as though I ever told anyone that by putting up a thumbnail, I think that I have now just slain religion, or I have just slain Christianity, or I have just slain Jesus with the power of a thumbnail. There is nothing in this video at all where I talk about how I have conquered Christianity because look at my thumbnail. And yet he wants to put his snotty little comment here. Yes, William, he's definitely going to be probably next week's
Coward of the week.
And, then he puts, I said, yes, that's exactly what I think. What a brilliant take. That's what I thought. I thought by putting up that thumbnail that I was just going to make religion go away. Michael, I love Michael. What's wrong with thumbnails? It's so great. And then he's like, and then he gives me, you'll never get rid of Jesus. Like, these complete straw men, do I think that this smug thumbnail is going to make religion go away? No, I never said that. I never claimed that at all. And then he says, you'll never get rid of Jesus. I never claimed I'll get rid of Jesus. There's no place in this video or in any of my other videos where I have claimed in 1 second at all that I'm going to get rid of Jesus. In fact, I don't talk about this a lot on my channel because I don't think that's usually a very insightful discussion. But you do hear some atheists and agnostics who are overly combative and overly optimistic about the way the world is going. And they'll tell you some bullshit like, well, science is destroying all this stuff. And I think, there will be no more religion in 100 years or 50 years. And I am on record as saying, and I will say it again, that I don't think religion is going anywhere at all anytime fast. Religion has been in a quantifiable decline across most of the world for most of the last century or so. And I do think that that trend will continue. But saying that that trend will continue versus saying that Jesus is going to go away, or Christianity is going to go away, or religion is going to go away, there's a huge gulf in those. So I could see a scenario where 100 years from now or 200 years from now, maybe the slight majority of people in America, for example, are atheists. Although even that is a stretch in my mind. Because while some countries have absolutely gone agnostic or atheist in their leanings over the last century, the people in America, it's becoming more polarized to where there's more people going away from the church, but the people that are in the church are hunkering down. They are absolutely hunkering down for the long haul. And it's a battle of ideas. It really is. So even if you could somehow wave my magic atheist wand and make Jesus go away, which I never claimed to do, and this idiot thinks he's, so clever by putting these little snipes in here that have nothing to do with my content, and I have never claimed. But nevertheless, even if I could make that happen, not only would I not do it because I do not believe in hardening people's hearts like Yahweh does. I do not believe in making people's choices for them. I think that if you're going to ever leave religion, that is a personal choice that you have to make on your own, and I would never try to interject myself in that process other than to just give you my viewpoints and how I see these things. But even if I could somehow push a button on my desk that would just make poof, Christianity go away. The simple fact is that there are a lot of people who want, and on some level, they emotionally need their religion. This is an important part of their life. Now, of course, I can tell you all sorts of snarky things about what I think that means about their psyche. And I could tell you that maybe they would be better off if they would just get over some hangups. But that's Pollyannish thinking. That's not going to happen. So it is probably more likely, it's not likely that Christianity goes away anytime soon, especially not in America. But even if it did, it would probably be just that it was replaced by something else. because there are a lot of people who just are absolutely indoctrinated in this shit, and they are passing it down through indoctrination from one generation to the next. This isn't like convincing people that waterbeds are, comfortable, and then people get bad backs, and then suddenly everyone starts getting rid of their waterbeds, and a few centuries later or a few decades later, you don't have any more waterbeds. That's a natural evolution in the marketplace, where 100 years ago nobody had a waterbed, and 50 years ago a bunch of people were getting waterbeds because they were kind of cool and they were kitschy at the time, and then in current day, almost no one has a waterbed anymore because they hurt people's backs and they didn't think that they were comfortable, and the novelty wore off, and those are natural trends. But Christianity and religion in general is not like that. Even if something happened to denigrate the popularity of Christianity in this country, it's only going to morph into something else. So there are denominations that absolutely rise and fall in popularity. Catholicism across the country used to be much bigger in this country than it is now. And I know in certain pockets of the country, in New Orleans, Catholicism is still a big deal. In Boston, Catholicism is still a big deal, and in the Northeast in general. But around the rest of the country, Catholicism is not dead, but it's very much a minority. Maybe in 100 years, Catholicism will make a resurgence. I'm just guessing. Maybe in 100 years, there will be some new denomination of Protestantism that will be more popular than Baptist. Okay. I mean, these are all potential things that could happen, but the idea that any channel, that any movement, that any atheistic wave of thought is going to somehow make Jesus go away is just, it's silly and it's stupid. And as an atheist, I will tell you that. So, and I'm only going down this rabbit hole to tell you that when you see comments like this from these type of idiots, they're not only just throwing out straw men because they think that they're clever, oh, look at me. I've shot down your contention that you're going to get rid of Jesus, except I never said that. And I don't believe that. And I don't even think that's realistic. So you're not actually accomplishing anything with these comments other than to just show that you haven't put any mental effort into this whatsoever. And the fact that he puts this, he talks about the thumbnail, probably tells you that he didn't watch the video, because although it's not a rule, I can tell quite a lot of times that the counter commenters have done nothing but look at the thumbnail and read the title and then leave their snarky comments, because they were never going to engage with the content. Most of the time, they don't know what the content was in the video other than to infer it from the thumbnail and from the title, because they're not actually trying to have an intellectual conversation with anyone. Not with Christians, not with atheists, not with anyone. So I'm sure that he's not going to, you can see I said to him, please show me where in this video or anywhere else in any of my videos where I make a single claim that I'm going to get rid of Jesus. And then this idiot says, every single video you have ever made is an attempt to get rid of the belief in Jesus. Try again. Every single video that I have made is a serious attempt to show you the flaws in the lacking intellectual system that is Christianity and Jesus belief. There's a big difference between showing you that these things are illogical in your own tradition versus thinking that I'm going to get rid of Jesus. I mean, if you really think that you're going to get rid of something, you probably don't even engage in internal critique, because internal critique is usually I do a lot of internal critique. The entire series of God-Free Bible Study is, by definition, internal critique. I'm reading the holy text of Christianity itself and showing all of the bullshit that is inherent in that entire system. But you normally don't bother even engaging deeply in internal critique if you think that you're going to get rid of a system altogether. Because if you really thought that you were going to get rid of that system, then internal critique feels kind of self-defeating. But again, he thinks that he's being very clever here. And, I told him, feel free to call in, but he's not going to. And then he had another comment over here too, which was, again, him thinking that he's being really clever, which was here. So this is on another prophecy video where I don't think he bothered reading or watching the video. He says, thanks, Adam, for another video about coping. Because here's what I think is, one of the concepts that the snarky little asshole Christian commenters want to make on these types of videos is they assume that everyone who is an atheist, everyone who has anti-theist content must have church hurt. Somebody in the church hurt me. Somebody, something in the church was traumatic to me, which, to be fair, there are people who have church hurt. And it is incredibly a dickish move. It's an incredibly dickish move to just hand wave away those people who have legitimate church hurt. But even though I have empathy for anyone who has experienced church hurt, and that's the term that Christians give it as a way to hand wave it away. The fact that you would call it church hurt and then use that as a way to dismiss it out of hand tells you right away how morally bankrupt so many of these people are. Because if you can just categorize it as church hurt and then hand wave it away, it means you're a fucking asshole. But for me personally, I don't have that church hurt. I don't need to have been hurt by the church in order to highlight for anyone who cares to watch or to listen that this shit is illogical. And I don't have to have church hurt in order to understand the damage that this has on society overall. And I don't mean that in some over-the-top way, like saying, oh, everything about the church is horrible. I'm not saying that everyone who's Christian is bad. I'm not saying that every impact that Christianity has had on the country or society has been detrimental, because that is clearly not true. But what I am saying, is this. I mentioned this earlier. One perfect example of this is that I live in a country where 1/3 of the people do not believe that evolution even happened, which would be bad enough as it is. But many of these assholes then want you to teach creationism. They want you to teach a fairy tale side by side with established scientific facts. And they want you to treat it on equal ground, as though they both deserve equal consideration. And if you don't think that that has a massively detrimental impact on our society, then there is no having a rational conversation with you. If you don't think that having 1/3 of the country that rejects evolution out of hand, if you don't think that that will have some type of massively negative impact on our country in the long run, then you just are not paying any attention to anything that's happening in this country or in the news as a whole. That's all there is to it. And it's not just evolution. That's a perfect one for me to glom onto. But, everything else that's happening in this country with regard to all of the shit that they're trying to roll back now with regard to LGBT rights, and everyone in the current administration wants to roll back everything that they can with regard to LGBT rights. And that's all driven by religious ideals. All of it has a religious basis. And if you don't think that's detrimental, it's because you have no empathy and you are a pig of a human. So you don't have to make up some kind of church hurt. And I have empathy for anyone who does have church hurt, but you don't have to make up church hurt in order to understand that while Christianity doesn't bother me on a daily basis, I don't wake up feeling depressed about Christianity, it still has very negative impacts on my life every single day. And that's just plainly evident. I had some good bit of fruit something. Okay. moving on. I'll remind everyone again that our call-in link is pinned to the chat. It's in the description, and it's also right on the screen. I always feel like I have to mention that now just because I've had people say, like, where's the link? And it's like, it's right on the screen. It's right there. I mean, you can't click it and go to the link, but the address is right there on the screen. Although, to be fair, maybe because some people don't see the HTTP, maybe that's why some people don't realize that it's a link. You know, and if you don't know about how URL shorteners work, you may not recognize tiny.cc. So maybe that's why some people ask, because maybe they don't realize when they look at that it's a link. I don't know. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them call in, right? I mean, there's only so much you can do. This person here, they're a friend of the channel, but they were writing here about the Shroud of Turin, Lisa Van Houten, and wanted to highlight this. Although, first of all, I will mention here, I'm sorry, let me pull this up. Thank you, Demented Engineer. Appreciate that, friend, for the super chat. Appreciate you very much. It says, religion is necessarily conservative and anti-science. It has to be. That is very true. In fact, there's another script that I've wanted to make up. And I know sometimes I just sit here and make scripts. And sometimes it's like, you got to make the videos, you know. But one of the scripts that I wanted to do, and I've touched on this in other videos before, but religion is, of course, inherently conservative. I know this is a bit combative, but I would say that modern Western religions, meaning monotheism, is inherently bigoted as well. It's inherently closed-minded. And I know that sounds combative to some. It may sound unfair, like, oh, you just hate all religious people. But think about this. There was a time, like, think about the Mediterranean during the time of Jesus, and Judea and the Hebrews, the Israelites, they were not the dominant force, even in their own country. Who was the dominant force? It was the Romans. And the Romans, of course, had a massive challenge at that time as to how do you keep this sprawling empire, especially back in that day, together. And to some extent, you can argue that they didn't, because there were constantly little battles and fights going on with rebels and things like that of that nature. But one of the ways that they managed to, within reason, pull people into the fold and keep every conquered nation from just immediately rebelling and trying to fight back was they had this essential process of assimilation. When Romans would conquer a country, they would essentially, officially adopt the gods of that other country. And they would also expect that other country would adopt their gods. Now, sometimes the gods were clearly analogs, right? So like Zeus and Jupiter, I mean, it's the same god. It's just a different name, right? But even if they encountered another culture that seemed to have a vastly different god in their pantheon, they didn't tell them, well, you know, you're not going to worship that god anymore. They'd say, no, fine, you have that god. Okay, we're going to pull him into the pantheon too. That doesn't mean that every Roman started worshiping all the gods from all the countries that they conquered, right? But there was this open concept that, hey, there's a whole bunch of gods out there. And, you know, if you're polytheistic, it's once you've accepted that there's a pantheon of gods, it's far easier to take the next step and say, well, maybe we don't even know all the gods that are in the pantheon. Maybe we have our 10 gods in the pantheon, but then we encounter another culture and they say, well, we have 5 other gods. And it's easier if you've accepted this polytheistic mindset to say, okay, we had 10, but you say there's 5 more. Okay, maybe there's 15 gods. Maybe there's 20 gods. Maybe there's 100 gods, because it's very easy once you've accepted that there are multiple gods to think that, well, maybe there are even some that you don't know about. So at the time of the occupation of Judea, at the time when Jesus walked the earth, basically, all of the other cultures of the Mediterranean were on some level polytheistic. And if I'm incorrect on that, because I do not pretend to be a religious historian, maybe I'm incorrect about that. But Carthage was polytheistic, the Greeks were polytheistic, like all these other cultures that had been assimilated by the Romans, that especially in the direct area of the Mediterranean, were polytheistic. Who was the one that stuck out like a sore thumb? The ones that clearly were not polytheistic. The Jews. Judea was not polytheistic. So I'm not going to say that the only reason that Judea had a problem under the yoke of Rome was because of religion, but it was a big part of the cultural reason why they just never, like, they were always going to rebel against the Romans. The destruction of the temple, the second temple in 70 CE, was always going to happen. It was just a matter of when, because the Jews hated Roman practices, not just Roman political practices. They hated Roman religious practices, because under the Jewish mindset, it's not enough for us to say that we worship our God. We also have to tell all of you that your gods are false and they're wrong. Polytheism is, on some level, accepting. It's somewhat more liberal. I don't want to say that any religion is liberal, but polytheism in general is a more liberal mindset. It's a more accommodating mindset than monotheism. Because when you have two polytheistic cultures, at least when it comes to religion, it's easier for them to both accept that maybe we're both kind of right. Maybe we have the same God and we just call them different names. Maybe we have some different gods and we just didn't realize that there are different gods out there in the pantheon. But when you're monotheistic, then that inherently creates a position where by default, I'm right and everyone else is fucking wrong. And then it even gets worse after Jesus, because at least with the Jews, they thought that all of the Romans and all of the other cultures around the Mediterranean were wrong. But at least with the Jews, they were happy just kind of staying amongst themselves. You know, the Jewish culture was such that they didn't want to be messed with, but they also didn't want to go out and proselytize. They didn't want to go out to Rome and tell the Romans that they were wrong. They didn't want to go to Carthage and tell the Carthaginians that they were wrong. But the Christians absolutely wanted to not just have their new religion, but they wanted to tell everyone else that they were wrong, which is why in the early history of the church, they were persecuted like they were, because they weren't content just to be another one of the religions. They had to be another one of the religions, but they also had to tell everyone else that all of your religions are wrong. And that's why, I love that comment, because modern religious people would think that this is overly combative or unfair. But I think that the heart of monotheistic religions is to be at least somewhat closed-minded, somewhat heavily conservative, and somewhat bigoted, because they're not just right in their own mind. Everyone else is wrong. And I think that gets proven out through history over time as well. But thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat, and I appreciate the comment. That was kind of fun to spew on that a little bit. Gonna refresh my drink. I'm loving the fruit juice. I could drink pineapple juice like all day, every day. And mango, for that matter. Most Americans don't understand the beauty that is mango. I bet you didn't think you were going to tune in tonight and hear a diatribe about fruit juice, did you? Okay. Moving on. So the comment that I was going to highlight right before that awesome super chat was, where's that, right here? So Lisa had said, This is talking about the Christian con game shit with Jeremiah Johnston. And before I show her comment, I mean, it's on the screen, but before I read her comment, it blows my mind that not only are Christians still talking about the Shroud of Turin, but it's like they get more obstinate about it as every year goes by. And I don't care deeply about what your views are about the Shroud of Turin. If you want to believe in the Shroud of Turin, I mean, I think it's a demonstrably stupid idea. But it's one thing to have these fringe beliefs, but the fact that they have, I feel like they have, as a group, dug their heels in on the Shroud of Turin, despite any counter facts, despite any evidence to the contrary, they have decided that this has to be a legitimate relic, and they just aren't going to let that shit go. It doesn't matter if Jesus fucking Christ calls in right now and says on the record that the Shroud of Turin is a fraud and a hoax. They won't care. Jesus Christ can come to every Christian tonight personally, and he could sit down with each of them and say, bruh, drop the Turin shit. Drop the whole Shroud of Turin shit. It's fake, and I'm tired of you making me look stupid. He could sit down with every single Christian and tell them that, and the next day there will be new YouTube videos about the latest theory, the latest hypothesis about how the Shroud of Turin could possibly, maybe, some way be legitimate. This is one area that Christians, I know this sounds horrible, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's like they are regressing with regard to the Shroud of Turin. It's like they already had this fringe who's always going to believe it because that's just the nature of conspiracy theories and such. But they're going backwards, and it's just mind-blowing to me. So anyway, Lisa says here, she says, I don't know if the historical timing works out exactly, but I can see Leonardo da Vinci creating the Shroud of Turin as a hoax or to tweak the church. First, Da Vinci was smart enough to do it. Second, he was an artist and a painter. Third, the image looks like Da Vinci, sort of a self-portrait. Fourth, Da Vinci had a sense of humor. Of course, there's no evidence Da Vinci had anything to do with it. It's just a thought. So rather than talk through this, I just figured I would pull this up on screen so that you can see this. So Leonardo da Vinci was lived from 1452 to 1519. And the Shroud of Turin was first recorded in 1354. So I knew how that was going to play out. I didn't know what the exact numbers were in my head, but I knew that Da Vinci came later. But I thought rather than sit here and try to come up with the numbers or rather than try to pull them up before the call, I was like, we will just Google it right here. Now, that being said, I mean, no shade to Lisa for just putting out that hypothesis, because if you don't Google it, it sounds like it might be around the same time, but it's about 2 centuries later. So no, it's definitely not Da Vinci. Although I can understand her thinking on that. And in terms of, if you don't want to Google it yourself, it certainly sounds on the surface like it could be realistic. But I will also mention something. I have to give props to, it wasn't Justin himself, but there was one of his guest, co-hosts, guest hosts, whatever you call them there, that sit with him on calls. About a month ago, about 5 weeks ago, something like that, one of the people that he had, in fact, that night I was trying to get in as a co-host myself, but this person was on the call, and of all of the incredibly obvious reasons why I have seen why the Shroud of Turin is it's just a stupid fucking hoax. But this guy actually brought up the most obvious thing I'd ever heard of. And to me, I would love to hear anyone who wants to tell me about how the Shroud of Turin could possibly be real. I would love to hear anyone who could tell me how you can refute this. So let me And again, I can't remember his name, who Justin had on, although some of you might know who I'm talking about. So if you know who I'm talking about, put it in the comments or something, because I'm not trying to obscure who it was. But he pointed out something just beautiful here. Look at this image. And he said to the caller, he said, can you see his eyelids? And the caller's like, yeah, you can. I mean, they did not have the image on screen, but even if I did not put it on screen in front of you, most of us now at this point in our life can remember some kind of image that we've seen of the Shroud of Turin, right? And he said, okay, can you see his eyelids? And the caller's like, yeah, you can see his eyelids. So you might think, what does that have to do with anything? But it's beautiful. It's so simple, and it's so obvious once you see it. If you lay a cloth over your face, right? There are basically two ways you could put a cloth over your face. If I wrapped your face, well, if I'm wrapping your face, which is what you would probably normally do with a dead person, right? You would also use strips, but let's put that aside for a moment. Let's just say you have one cloth and you're wrapping up a dead person. Okay, if you're going to wrap it taut around someone's head, well, of course, your face has contours. Your eyes are recessed. Your forehead comes out to here, and your eyes, are back here. So in other words, this is a depression on your face. So if I wrap this taut around the corpse of your head, you're not going to see any impression of an eyelid there whatsoever. Now, to be fair, if we want to assume that something about your body could leave an impression on a cloth, then there is a way for you to get that impression with the eyelids. That would have to mean that the cloth would have to be loosely applied to your whole head, right? So in other words, it's not wrapped tightly around my face, but it's loosely, so it goes down on my eyes and it goes down around the side of my head, etc. But if it did that, if it was loosely draped into my eyes and around the side of my head, then when you pull the shroud out, the impression of the head would be much wider than what a normal head looks like. In other words, if I could see my eyelids on here, which would also mean that the shroud is draping down around the side of my head. And then when you take it off, this part of the side of my head goes like this. So you can't have it both ways. Either the cloth, if we even want to entertain this ridiculous idea, if you want to somehow go down this rabbit hole and say, but I think it could be a true religious relic. Okay, even if we want to indulge that kind of bullshit for a little bit, right? There's only two ways to do it. Either it's loose, which means we're going to see the full impression of your head, which means that when we take the cloth up, it will come out like this, and you'll have a much wider looking head. Or it's tightly wrapped around your head, and then we won't see your eyelids. You can't have it both ways. And you can see this. There's another good example of this. And I had actually brought this up on Justin's show once. It's the mask. The Mask of Agamemnon. And this Agamemnon was not a real person, but this was a real king who had this funerary mask, but they call it the Mask of Agamemnon. And you can see this was a real funerary mask that they believe was put over a king's head, right? But notice what it looks like there. It looks really wide, really blown out. Because if you wrap this mask around someone's head tight and then you flatten it out, you get a more broadened, widened view of the head. But with the Shroud of Turin, you don't get that. And if you really, I'll get off of this because I know it gets, after a little while, it's like, I know I'm preaching to the choir anyway, but if there's anything that you could say that the Shroud of Turin actually looks reasonably like, it's not like it was laid over a three-dimensional body. It's like it was laid over a relief sculpture of a man. So, a relief sculpture of a man would look head on like it's the man, but it would probably only come up from the wood like an inch or 2 or 3, depending upon how much they carve the relief. And the dimensions of the Shroud of Turin work pretty damn well if we assume that it was laid over a relief sculpture. but they don't work at all if you assumed that it was truly put around a corpse. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you because I thought that the eyelid piece, I already knew about the thing with the head, you know, like if it was laid loosely over the head, then when you lay the cloth out, the head would be much wider. But he brought up the eyelid thing, and I thought that's beautiful because you can't have the eyelids on this and then also assume that it was wrapped tightly around the head. It doesn't work. Okay. So I've gone off of my Shroud of Turin diatribe. Get rid of some of these here. Okay, moving on. So this person also replying to kind of an old video. Clearly someone who's kind of like on my side here, but they said, in Sunday school, the only Old Testament we ever did was Adam and Eve, Noah, the bit of Exodus up until where they leave. And then, don't worry about that. And then Jonah. I tried reading the Bible for myself, but I was like, I'm not really liking God in this. And I won't read the whole comment here, although it's a great comment. But this just highlights how, even for those people who have been in the faith, even for those people who have been attending church and Bible school and Sunday school as a kid, all this other stuff, it is amazing how Christians treat the Old Testament as an all-you-care-to-eat buffet. You know, it's like when you go to the buffet in Vegas, you know, it's a really nice buffet, and they got a whole bunch of desserts, and they got the filet mignon, and they got all this other cool shit, and then they got like a salad bar. And if you're not a vegetarian, if you're not a health nut, you don't go to the salad bar, or you get a little bit from the salad bar. You get some croutons and a little bit of a little bit of lettuce and maybe some dressing, and that's it. You don't keep going back to the crappy parts of the salad bar. You get more dessert, and you get more of the savory stuff and more of the meat, but you don't keep going back to the crappy parts. And that is really the way that Christians treat the Old Testament. That's the way that they treat the Hebrew Bible. They have a few choice bits that they enjoy. They enjoy a good part of Genesis, although not all of Genesis, because most Christians never spend any time reading about the sin of Onan, or they don't read about Dinah being raped at Shechem. You know, they don't read about those parts, but they read a good portion of Genesis. Like Coffee says, they read Exodus until they get to the desert, and then suddenly they stop reading Exodus. They can tell you all the stories about the plagues and the let my people go and, you know, Pharaoh and all this. But once they get out to the desert, once they get past the Red Sea, suddenly, well, I should say once they get past the 10 Commandments. So once they get to Exodus 20, then suddenly the Christians just stop reading Exodus. It's like they don't want to read any more about Exodus. It gets boring. It gets very commandish, you know, there's all these crazy commands that they don't care about and they don't want to follow. So suddenly they just close the book of Exodus and they go, okay, that's enough of that shit. They never touch Leviticus. They never touch Numbers. They never touch Deuteronomy. They read Joshua, a few verses in Joshua because they like to read about Jericho. Okay, that's a favorite story. They like to read about Samson and Judges, even though Samson is a fucked up story. Why the hell you ever glom onto the story of Samson like that's something to crow about, I don't know. But they like the story of Samson, or what I should say is they like the sanitized, simple version that they have in their head about Samson. So they like to read about Jericho and Joshua, and they like to read about Samson. That's about all they read from Joshua and Judges. Most of them don't read a goddamn thing about 1st or 2nd Samuel. They don't read a goddamn thing about 1st or 2nd Kings. Oh, well, I take that back. With 1st Samuel, What do they like about 1 Samuel? David and Goliath. That's it. That's all they read about 1 Samuel. That's all they care about. They read about Daniel in the lion's den. They read about Jonah and the whale or the fish or whatever. Some of them will read some Ecclesiastes if they're a little more thinking type, they'll read some Ecclesiastes. Some of them, if they're really brave, will read a little Job, but they don't usually want to fuck with all of Job, right? But they'll read a little Job. And then that's all that they take from the Old Testament. All of those books in the Old Testament. And that's what they take out of it. Not all Christians, of course, but most Christians. And it's the same whether it's them reading it at home or whether it's what the pastors read to them, because in the sermons, because pastors don't pull lessons out of Ezekiel. Pastors don't sit there and tell you about bears mauling children because they mocked the prophet, right? Like, they don't tell you about this shit. So most Christians, if you read to them the story of the bears mauling the kids because they mocked the prophets, they would have no idea that that's in their own damn Bible. They really wouldn't. The level of disconnect with regard to the Old Testament is baffling to me. And of course, even when they do go through the stories that I talked about, they've usually been sanitized. So like Samson, for example, they'll tell you about Samson, but they don't tell you actually the full thing about how the book of or about how Judges fully tells you about Samson. They just tell you the story of Samson in this abbreviated, generic way. Next comment. So Bad Moselle says, so I can't even strike my father and curse him without dying as he sells me into slavery. Harsh. I liked this comment because when I was doing God-Free Bible Study, I brought this up. There is, of course, the commandment to honor your mother and your father, which on its face, I'd say, yeah, don't be a dick to your parents. I mean, generally speaking, most of us should never really be a dick to our parents, right? I mean, assuming you still have your parents with you. In most scenarios, being a jerk to your parents is probably not a cool thing. But what is the penalty for not honoring your mother and father? Well, that's right. It's death. Because, of course, it's death. Of course, it's going to be death. And even then, I could almost maybe get down with it if I just closed my eyes and said, look, it's old school, eye for an eye, talionic justice kind of shit. But there is no condition given in the Bible whatsoever. So while I generally would tell you that you should not be a dick to your parents, I mean, the whole world of parents and how some parents unfortunately treat their children very badly. It is a sad, big world out there. So it's one thing to say in general, don't be a dick to your parents. In general, I would agree with that. Do I think even if you are a dick to your parents that the punishment should be death? Of course not. And more so, what if your parents are just literally abusive? What if your parents have just done horrible things to you? To be fair, even if your parents have done horrible things to you, I'm not sitting here telling you, yeah, then go kill them or go do something horrible to them. I'm not ever going to advocate for talionic justice. But I will tell you that for the scores of people throughout history, right up until the current day, who have unfortunately suffered abuse at the hands of their own parents, to then just tell them unequivocally with no conditions whatsoever that they just have to honor their mother and father, and that in theory, according to the old law, if they don't, the punishment is death. To me, that is a deeply disturbing, insulting, and tone-deaf way to address anyone who has ever suffered anything at the hands of a parent. And like I said, unfortunately, I mean, I was lucky. I had a very good upbringing. My parents are wonderful people. They're both still with us. And I was not abused by either of them. They loved me very much. But the older I got, the more I realized that, unfortunately, that made me kind of rare, because so many people have scary stories to tell about their upbringing, whether it's direct abuse from a parent, whether it's abuse from other family members, but their parents kind of knew about it, but didn't stop it. You know, like there's all sorts of horrible stories people have about their upbringing and about the way that their parents either contributed directly to that horror or they were complicitous in that abuse. And to think that you would just give them this blanket command with no conditions whatsoever that just says, honor your father and mother. And oh, by the way, if you don't, the penalty is death, is so fucking tone deaf. It's really sad. Okay. This is fun. I wonder if Michael's still with us. I know he was earlier. So Michael says, a prophecy I have is Adam of Nola will be live streaming Tuesday at 5 p.m. Central Time. Yes, Michael, you are not a false prophet. You are now more successful in your prophecies than pretty much any of the other prophecies throughout the entire Bible. And especially, you are far more accurate with your prophecies than any of the prophecies that are spoon-fed to us as idiots by Christians about Jesus. So congratulations, Michael. You may now sit at my right hand. You are not a false prophet, and you are now far more valuable as a prophet than any of the other people who have pulled out bullshit, made up prophecies from the Old Testament about Jesus. Congratulations. I have a very prophetic viewer base. There we go. Michael's there. Michael says he's listening. Michael the Prophet. We should change Michael's username to Michael the Prophet. So I should probably not always highlight these, but I feel sometimes like bringing this up because every couple of weeks I get someone talking about AI, and I always feel like it's worthwhile at least to continually restate my viewpoint on these things. So like Seth Ellis, they're a regular viewer. So they're certainly not like some confrontational viewer, but it says, enjoying the new series and the streams, but as a reminder for a certain percentage of people newly looking in, they're just going to skip over any thumbnails that sniff of Gen AI slop or unsubscribe if they have been. Now you'll see, I put in the comments here, I said, I agree. That's why I started featuring myself in the thumbnails. If you guys remember my early videos, I never had my own pictures on the thumbnails, and I started changing that, not because I want the whole world to have to see my beautiful face, although everyone should have to see my beautiful face. But, I was trying to more clearly broadcast to everyone that this is not an AI video. And I even had a few comments early on from people who clicked, but then said, normally I don't click on these videos because I think that they're all AI. But I will be frank with you. I do understand the issues that people have with AI, and it is a very complicated subject. But if you think that AI is going away, especially with regard to thumbnails, I can tell you, this is why I wanted to bring this up, because I respect their opinion, although I don't agree with it, but I respect their input, and I appreciate them trying to help. But let me pull up my YouTube home screen. And all you have to do is scroll down here to realize, well, maybe you guys don't realize, it depends on how much you use this stuff. But as I'm scrolling through this, because I do this stuff now, I can tell you that the majority of all of these thumbnails that I'm seeing have been done on some level with AI. Now, I'm not saying that all of them have been. Some of them have been just, some of them like this is just a clip, or, this is obviously just an image from Better Call Saul with the Better Call Saul logo on the bottom. But so many of these others that you might think someone photoshopped or you might think is an image. No, so many of them are actually AI. So, and I'm not saying that makes it right. You can have your own opinions about AI, and I do not watch any of the channels that clearly don't have human interaction. So like sometimes you click on a video, it's a bunch of AI imagery and it's an AI voice reading an AI script. And I immediately tell tell YouTube right away, not only do I not like the channel or subscribe, but I tell YouTube not to show me that channel anymore. But I also want to be frank with people. If you think on some of these other thumbnails, you might look at a lot of these and think there's no AI on that. Well, I guarantee you on many of them, you don't even know. You don't even realize. Now, I do understand, like with video, for example, usually if you watch a video and if it's all AI generated video, it's still usually easy to tell because the AI video screws up enough things, especially in the course of trying to recreate motion, that it's usually pretty easy to spot at least after a minute or two. But that being said, there are many of the even videos where it just looks like it's someone's face, where actually they probably used AI to create the thumbnail. So I'm just saying that if anyone decides that, it's one thing to say, I don't want to watch AI slop. I understand that. I support that. But if the position is that you think you're going to stop watching all videos that have any AI in the thumbnail, first of all, no, you're not. I mean, unless you stop watching YouTube. But the fact is that half the time you won't even know when the static image that is the thumbnail is AI driven. Sometimes you will, but sometimes you won't. And keep in mind that it's not just a matter of looking at images and saying that's a picture, so I know it's real, and these are graphics, so I know it's AI, because if it's graphics, you don't know if they sat down. You usually don't know if they sat down and used Photoshop to manually craft the image or if they used AI to create it for you, even if it's mostly just an image. So, for example, right here on this, you can tell I'm a fan of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, right? So I have a bunch of these videos about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. So this here on this thumbnail, you can tell it's a split of Walter White on the left and Walter Jr. on the right, and the image in the upper right is the Breaking Bad symbol. But this text right here where it says, "But no one is careful," there's a good chance that was generated by AI. I don't know if it was. It could have been just put together in Photoshop. But there's also a good chance that that text alone was generated by AI. And the simple fact is, you're not going to know unless you created the thumbnail. But anyway, I'll move on from that. I just wanted to share that a little bit. This one I thought was funny because I think they were just trying to be atheist funny, but this person says, God is a fairy tale for children, which I appreciate the concept. I guess the way that Christians talk about God to their children is a fairy tale. But if you read the Bible, it is the exact opposite of a fairy tale. It's the worst. Actually, I guess maybe I shouldn't say that, because if you read some of the old, like early fairy tales, like from medieval Europe and such, they used to have different sensibilities about what was a proper children's story. So nowadays, what we call fairy tales are usually pretty sanitized, right? But the fairy tales, either the original version of modern fairy tales or old fairy tales that we don't hear about anymore, a lot of the old ones are pretty messed up. So I guess from that perspective, you can argue that God is a fairy tale for children. But when I read this, I thought, at least thinking about things from a modern perspective, like, I know that we can sit here as agnostics or atheists and say, oh, God feels like a fairy tale to us. But when you say a fairy tale for children, I mean, as someone who's been doing God-free Bible study and reading on screen The gross shit that happens chapter after chapter, book after book, the deeply, grossly immoral tales that are just given to you as righteous, as divine command theory. It's like, that's not a fairy tale, and it's not for children. I'll tell you that. But I know that Christians will tell you otherwise. But clearly, I think that this commenter, Lee Bennett, was probably not a believer. But I don't know if they thought about all the permutations of that when they said that God is a fairy tale for children. It's like, it depends on how we want to look at that. Because, so Demented Engineer says, Little Red Riding Hood and Hansel and Gretel are pretty dark, as are many nursery rhymes. It's interesting. So that's true. I guess from that perspective, you can say that maybe aspects of the Hebrew Bible fit into the mold of fairy tales, but in a modern sensibility, they definitely do not. All right, I wanted to bring this up just because for those of you who watch Godfrey Bible Study, I mentioned this during Godfrey Bible Study many books ago, but I thought this was funny to bring up again because this person says, don't touch the edge of the mountain. It's a classic Yahweh game. Big consequences, blurry rules. So if you haven't watched that episode of Godfrey Bible Study, it's from Exodus 17 through 19. The story that they're talking about is that when they get to Mount Sinai, the Hebrews are not supposed to go up the mountain. And it doesn't say that they're not supposed to go to the top of the mountain. It says if they, I think it literally says like if they touch the mountain, then they're supposed to be like killed. And aside from being so ridiculous on its face, because it's like, why are you threatening these people with death all the time when you're supposedly saving them from the clutches of the evil Egyptians? But on top of that, anyone who's actually been around a mountain any time in their life can tell you that there's not a line where the mountain starts. You know, it's not like, oh, here's the plains, and then at this exact line, the mountain starts. No, even young mountains have been, they've been eroding for thousands of years, right? So there is no exact spot where the mountain starts, which wouldn't be that big of a deal if the consequences weren't death. If you just told me, dude, don't go to the mountain. You know, we just don't want you to go to the mountain. And if you do, we're going to be angry with you or something. Okay, whatever. You know, and if I step a little too far and you get angry with me, that's fine. But if the penalty is death, how can you put this ultimate penalty on something that has no defined line? It may sound like I'm just hyper fixating on something that's not that important, but these things, when you read the Bible again, and if you're not watching Godfrey Bible Study, I do not actually recommend that you read the Bible again because it's a traumatic experience. But if you're reading the Bible again with even anything that even approaches a critical mindset, some of these things that never stood out to you as a Christian, if you were ever a believer, suddenly just start popping out. Like, that makes no sense. You know, that makes no sense at all. Like, why would you threaten someone with horrible punishment and then base it upon some undefined, impossible line that doesn't even exist? It's so petty and so stupid. But I think that when people write these, they don't think about the details because even the people that wrote it, I don't believe ever intended all of this shit to be taken literally. As fucked up as I think some old ancient Hebrew men were, I don't think that they thought that people were going to be taking this stuff hyper literally. It was legend. It was mythology. It was an etymology, it was an etiology about the birth of their nation, about the birth of their people, about the birth of their God. I mean, it was all etiological. And now to have these demented fucks in this country who want to take all of this as being literal, word for word truth, which is fine. But then if that's the stance you want to take, then you deserve every bit of critique that comes from anyone reading this stuff literally and saying, this makes no damn sense. It's that simple. This person had a beautiful point. I thought this was fun to bring up. So, on this Christian con game video, this person, Matt M, says, I can't see how you can have a better attested figure than those who we have the actual bodies of. So, you guys, I don't know if you guys have seen this video, but if you've seen a video, or even if you haven't, you've heard this talking point from the apologists that want to claim that Jesus is the best attested figure from antiquity, or the best attested figure in his time, or in Judea, or the best attested figure of the best attested crucifixion. I mean, no matter how you want to couch it, it's all demonstrably false. But one thing this Matt brings up is, which I think is really funny, I hadn't thought about before, but we have figures from antiquity for whom we have the bodies. Now, we don't have all of the bodies, because Romans, for example, cremated their dead. So they're emperors. We don't have the bodies of, Caesar, Augustus Caesar, Julius Caesar, any of those. We don't have the body of Tiberius or anything like that. But we do have a bunch of other people like the Egyptians, where we have the bodies. So even if the only evidence I have of an ancient figure is that I have the body, let's just say that that's the only evidence that I have for a pharaoh, right? Which doesn't make sense, because if it's a pharaoh, you're going to have carvings and other stuff. But let's just imagine that the only evidence I have of this, that this one pharaoh existed, is I have the mummy. That alone is better attestation than anything we have for Jesus. I don't care if you can find 1,000 contemporary sources that attest to Jesus, which, by the way, you can't, because the number of contemporary sources that have attested to Jesus is 0. Absolutely 0. But even if you had 1,000 contemporary sources attesting to the life and times of Jesus, that still would not trump those examples where we have the fucking body. So for those figures in antiquity for whom we have the bodies, that alone has to be better attestation than Jesus. So anytime you hear a Christian talking this bullshit about how Jesus is the best attested figure from antiquity, you should just loudly start laughing in their face. Do it as loudly, as insultingly as you can. Just start laughing. In fact, it would be perfect if you kept laughing until they felt so uncomfortable that they just walked away. Because don't even pause to try to talk to them. Don't even try to explain. Just start laughing and keep laughing until you can't see them anywhere on the horizon. Next item. I love this. This is great. Oh, I might have brought this one up in a previous live stream. I can't remember. So if some of these are repeats, then, fuck it. You get what you pay for. Except for the people that have sent in gosh, what I can't think right now. If you send in super chat, then I guess you can say. But if you haven't sent in super chats, then if I've already said this, then my answer is you get what you pay for. But Vala here says, this is by and far the most brain dead thing I have ever heard coming from people who should know better, namely yourself, CJ, and Bart. Which, first of all, anytime anyone wants to mention me in the same breath as CJ Cornthwaite and Bart Ehrman, I will A, tell you I don't deserve that, but B, go ahead. I mean, that alone is a great compliment. not that I deserve it, but okay. If someone is going to go so far as to mention me in the same breath as CJ Cornthwaite and Bart Ehrman, I'll take it. Okay, I'll take that all day. But then it says, so the Jesus message of the Gospels is correct, but Paul somehow twisted and altered it. That's quite a magic trick because, as Bart and all non-apologetic scholars teach, Paul's letters came first. You even put words in Jesus' mouth from the Gospel of John, almost certainly the last gospel composed long after Jesus and Paul were dead. This whole argument comes off as apologetic, not the work of scholarship. Do better. Which, to be fair, I keep telling people over and over again, I have better than typical layman's knowledge of the Bible at this point. I never want to be accused of claiming the label of scholar because I am not one. I have not done anything formally as a scholar to investigate this stuff, and I never want to oversell my credentials in this regard because I have none. That being said, it's funny how much they just seem to not even understand or get the point. I mean, from the nature of their response, I know that they watched the video, or at least most of it, but they say you're even put words in Jesus's mouth. I mean, I'm reading words from the Gospel of John in this video. I didn't write the Gospel of John. I know that's shocking. You guys probably think I wrote a good part of, the Gospels, but I really didn't. I know it's surprising, but I actually didn't write any of the Gospels. I didn't write, even one word of them. So if I'm quoting the Gospels, I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth. But what he's getting at here is the whole point of this video is that he seems to just, I don't know, he seems to have missed the whole damn point. The whole point of the video is that, and it was inspired by CJ and specifically Bart Ehrman, is that from the Gospels themselves, even though the Gospels are wildly contradictory at times, one message that seems to come through loud and clear through multiple Gospels and through multiple quotes attributed to Jesus is that Jesus did not seem to have any concept of or belief in an atonement theology. He didn't seem to think that the answer to salvation and forgiveness was that you had to go kill a calf or kill a lamb or kill anything. And on a deeper level, there is this central tension that exists throughout the New Testament, if you pay attention to it, which is this tension of forgiveness versus atonement. Christians often use those two words interchangeably as though they're the same thing. But they are not. They're related, but atonement and forgiveness are two very different concepts, and they really shouldn't even be conflated in almost any scenario. And I can tell you why. Because if one of you pisses me off tonight, you do something bad, you put something bad in the chat or whatever, and I'm mad about it. And then, finally a few days later, we talk about it, we work it out. And then you ask me for forgiveness and I say, well, I guess I can forgive you, but I need you to kill your dog. If you go kill your dog, if you go slaughter your dog on the altar and burn it so that, Yahweh can smell the pleasing aroma of your dog's burning flesh, then I will forgive you. That's not forgiveness. That's atonement. It's a pretty fucked up concept, but the most you can, the only way that you could define that is not as forgiveness. At best, it is atonement, because in that model, I am saying to you, here's the deal. I will forgive you, but only if you sacrifice this thing. And if you have to sacrifice something to get it, it's not forgiveness, it's atonement. We have a caller coming in, so I want to see who we have here. We have Atheist. It doesn't say atheist. This is Atheist. So, Atheist, are you with me? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Are you 18, Atheist?
Yes, I'm 43.
Are you a believer?
Correct. I am a believer.
And what inspired you to call in this evening?
I don't believe in mythicism.
Okay. So I guess it's the prompt here that Christianity and mythology are the same thing that led you to call?
Correct. Yes.
All right. I'd love to get your thoughts on this, but let me give you a little bit of a clarification, and then I want to hear your thoughts on it. And I didn't think about this when I put up the prompt, because to be frank, you just try to put up some kind of prompt that might inspire good conversation. But I did not mean to imply that I am a mythicist. I am not a mythicist. A mythicist, as it's referred to in theological terms, is in Christian terms, is someone who would tell you that Jesus did not exist. Most mythicists would tell you that he didn't even.
Okay, that's what I was assuming.
No. So my point, that's fair that you jumped to that conclusion, because it's just a prompt, and I'm not giving you much clarification there. My understanding from the atheists that I know in person and the atheists that I've consumed content from online is that most atheists and agnostics grant that Jesus was a living person. There are mythicists out there, but most atheists and agnostics believe that he was at least someone who walked the earth in Judea 2,000 years ago. I am also a person who believes that he existed. The reason that I say that Christianity and mythology are the same thing isn't a mythological attack against the existence of Jesus. It's more specifically the fact that everything that we attribute as, everything that is not purely a historical fact from the Bible, and we could argue about the historical accuracy of the Bible, but for the sake of argument, let's just say that all the historical facts are real. Let's say that King Herod reigned at the time that it says, and let's say that King David was a real person and he reigned at the time that it says, all of that. But everything else about the Bible, if it was in any other religion, you would call it myth. You would call it mythology. If it was a religion from India, if it was a religion from Scandinavia, if it was a religion from anywhere else that didn't have the label of Christianity, you would call it mythology.
Well, I personally would disagree. I would need to know more evidence about the events, because I have not studied a lot of Eastern mysticism. The only other religion I've really studied in some depth is like Judaism but Islam I've not really studied either. But I've had conversations with like Muslims. But I'm not going to say that I'm like a scholar on what sources they have to prove that like Muhammad actually saw a vision or not.
Well, let me give you like some different examples, okay? If I told you that in South America there's a religion of Adam, and in the religion of Adam there is an accepted fact of a prophet who was going to see the king, and in the midst of the prophet going to see the king, his donkey started talking to him and started steering him off the path, and started, and started talking to him just right out from under him. Do you think, and if I said to you, this is absolutely true because it's in my holy book of Adam from Uruguay, would you believe it?
Well, I think the literal interpretation of, and I need to draw on that from the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but I
from
think
Numbers.
I would argue that some things may not be like literal per se.
Right. So you're not a fundamentalist.
No, I don't believe in like literal. I don't take like some things are not literal, right? There's like certain things that were written even in other ancient cultures that parallel sort of I think they call them I don't know the name, but I forgot. They're like a type of
a typology.
Yeah, typology. Yeah.
Well, a typology is, it's a kind of a different discussion. So typology is the Christian kind of dodge for trying to say that something's a prophecy when it's nothing more than an allusion to something that happened in the past.
But I think some things that definitely have to be taken by faith. There's some things that obviously don't make sense in the natural sense. So I would agree that like a donkey speaking obviously wouldn't make sense to somebody that believes everything's like empirical, right?
Right. So do you believe that Jesus was born of a virgin?
I do, yes.
Why do you believe that?
Uh, it's more based on my conversion, my supernatural. I would argue supernatural conversion. So not so much based on like me like going intellectually and looking like at the history and like the probability that it could happen or whatever. I didn't look any of that. So for me, it was my life was transformed, and then, or I felt that there was an encounter that I could not like refute personally, and then from there I did start reading the Bible. But prior to that, I didn't have like a really good understanding of the Bible. Like, so I would say that that event really was sort of like a Saul on the road to Damascus experience for me.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, I'm not saying that's evidence or anything,
Right.
because I can't prove that, that like any of that like proves that like the resurrection happened or anything.
So let me ask you this: Do you think it's impossible that a myth could be transformative in someone's life?
I guess if somebody truly believes something, I would have to look at the like psychology of like mind and like how that affects the body, but I've never really studied that, so I don't know.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at there is that, I would never denigrate your personal experience. If you feel transformed by Christianity, then by all means be a Christian. But
No, but I've heard like a Buddhist too. Like I spoke to a Buddhist, like a sort of like a colleague from India, and he was telling me some things, and I was like, it was like it's more like I think humanity, like right, like human like kindness, and sometimes like even Christians are not as kind as some Buddhists. So I wouldn't say like just being a Christian makes you a good person. I would say that like your character is like fundamental before whatever you claim. Like I would say that like that's more fundamental.
do you want me to show you why you believe that Jesus was born of a virgin?
Well, I believed it because it's like written and because.
Right, but do you want me? Let me.
Well,
let me show,
I
let me
know.
show
I think
you.
I know where you're going with this. Like, like there's probably like other religions that have parallel.
Nope, that's not where I'm going with it.
No. Okay.
Let me show you this. And to be clear, I your tone is cool. I respect what you're saying. So I'm not saying this to say, again, if the religion is transformative to you, even though I'm an atheist, and sometimes when you see these shows on YouTube, you might think I want you to call in so that I can own you, I can trash you or something like. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. So I have no problem, with you saying, hey, this has transformed my life. It's important to me. Then be Christian. But to the point of the talking point on screen, you can be Christian and it can transform your life, but that doesn't mean that it's not mythology. And I'm gonna at least in one tactical way demonstrate that to you here.
So how would you define like mythology then? Because I know some people in academics. Like I took a course of a person that had like a large library of like Christian works, and they were saying that mythology is not necessarily like fiction, right? It's just like a story, like
I think that
sort of like a story.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not pulling up the Merriam-Webster definition, but to me, mythology is by definition fiction. Now, mythology often has aspects of verisimilitude baked within it. So, the Trojan War, it has, aspects of things that actually happened. But was Achilles a real person in the Trojan War? Was he immortal other than being struck on his Achilles heel? No, those things are not real. But was there a city called Troy? Were they involved in battles? I mean, there are aspects of the Trojan War that absolutely came out of history. But the story of the Trojan War, as we have it given to us from Greek mythology, is absolutely mythology. But there are aspects of the story that can be anchored in reality because that's called verisimilitude. Just like when you read a Spider-Man comic, he's in Manhattan and he's swinging off the Empire State Building, and that's a real place and that's a real building. But that doesn't mean that the story of Spider-Man is not a myth. It's not fiction. It's fiction. I mean, generally we don't think of Marvel as being myth because usually myth is tied to something that's older, something that has more of something that comes from antiquity, but they're still fiction. So from that, when I say that,
I think
go ahead.
you would have to define like what reality is, then, right? Like you would have to. You're presupposing that reality is bound by empiricism, right? Then, are you an empiricist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I don't presuppose that. Like, I think I'm more of I would say I'm more of a dualist.
Mm-hmm. Which,
like, I believe like the soul and the body, right? Or like they separate once you die. That's sort of my take on it.
right. Let me show you here when I say that I can show you why you believe, and I know it sounds a little presumptive, right, to say I can tell you why you believe something, but in this case I feel confident in this, not because I think I know what's in your head, but I know where the story comes from. I know why. I was a Christian for 40 years. I know why we believe that Jesus was born of a virgin. We believe essentially, of course, because we're told in two of the Gospels that Mary was a virgin. She was knocked up by the Holy Spirit. And that's the immediate reason. But do you know why that's written into the Gospels? The default answer from just a run-of-the-mill Christian would say, well, it's written into the Gospels because that's the way it happened. But
no, we take it at face value, yeah.
Yeah, but there's a reason why it's in the Gospels. It's because when the Gospel writers, which you can call Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, if that makes you feel well, although those are just names attributed to the text. We don't actually know who any of the Gospel writers were. But the Gospel writers were actively, or first of all, they were knowledgeable about the Hebrew Bible. They were actively looking for ways to tie the story of Jesus into the prophecies that or allusions that they found in the Hebrew Bible. But here's the key. As far as we know, there's no reason to believe that any of the gospel writers actually spoke Hebrew. But they were knowledgeable about the Hebrew Bible. So if they didn't speak Hebrew, how was that? The answer is that
the rabbinical schools still did know how to read it, right? Like Paul clearly was.
Paul didn't write any of the Gospels
in the Hebrew, right?
And Paul wrote all of his stuff. I mean, Paul probably knew Hebrew, although he wrote all of his stuff in Greek, and all of the Gospels were written in Koine Greek.
I know the Septuagint, right? But
yeah, exactly. So the Hebrew Bible that they had access to was not actually written in Hebrew. It was translated into Greek, which was known as the Septuagint. And there's reason to believe that at the time, the time shortly after the death of Jesus, that the Septuagint was in greater circulation than the Hebrew Bible, and even some people that were rabbis some of them would have been more acquainted with the Septuagint than they would have been with the original Hebrew text. So here's when I'm bringing this up. So have you read Isaiah 7:14 before?
Yeah, unto us a child is it? Unto us a child is it, or that's 9:6, right? I'm thinking 9:6.
So I don't know if you can see the screen right now, but
virgin shall conceive a seed. Is it the virgin shall conceive a seed?
Therefore, the Lord Himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. This is pulled up time and time and time again amongst Christians all over the world, all the time, as being the prophecy that is fulfilled by Jesus of being born of a virgin. Now, you might notice that when I read it, and again, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but it's up on the screen here. When I read it, it didn't say virgin. because I'm reading from a more modern and accurate translation, because the original Hebrew from this does not say virgin. It says young woman. So the original text from this one verse is, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. The problem is that the gospel writers, when they were writing this, did not have access to this more accurate translation. The translation that they were reading said, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the virgin is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. So what did they write in 2 of the 4 gospels about the birth of Jesus? They wrote that he was born of a virgin because they felt they were essentially caught cribbing off of the Septuagint from an inaccurate translation, because they believed that the original text from this said that somebody would be born from a virgin. But sadly, the text never says that. It gets even worse than that, because the entire passage has nothing to do with Jesus. The entire passage is not even a prophecy. It is Isaiah talking to King Ahaz, telling him that right now, this is hundreds of years before the birth of Jesus. This is Isaiah telling King Ahaz that right now there is a young woman with child. In other words, there's a pregnant woman out there right now, and she shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. So this is Isaiah telling Ahaz about the timeline in which Ahaz will lose his kingdom. It has, not only does it have nothing to do with future tense, it has nothing to do with Jesus, but more importantly, the whole reason I brought you down this path is to point out that I want to be clear and respectful in this. I'm not sitting here telling you that your God doesn't exist. I mean, I'm an atheist, but for the sake of this conversation, I'm not telling you that your God doesn't exist. I'm not telling you that Jesus isn't the son of your God or a part of the Godhead as far as the Trinity or whatever. But what I am telling you is that the reason that you believe that Jesus was born of a virgin is a product of mythology, because it's a mythology that was crafted by 2 of the 4 gospel writers, because they themselves were trying to craft a story that would tie in to what they perceived as being a prophecy from the Old Testament, but they only perceived it that way because they didn't even have an accurate translation.
But then, isn't Emmanuel here God with us as well? Like, so how do you interpret that the person that Ahaz was talking to is stating that this person is God with us?
That's what the name means.
No, I'm saying the. Are you
that's
saying
what the
that
name
person
Emmanuel
that
means? Yes.
Ahaz is talking to is God with us.
But there, so what you're keying on there is that El, all right, El is a common suffix in Hebrew names, because El means God. In Elohim or El is God. So every time you see a Hebrew name like Michael or Ezekiel or any other El, it means that there's some aspect of God in that name. That doesn't mean that the person who is named that is God or the Son of God. It just means that the person, that they have a naming tradition which commonly incorporates El at the end of their names, not all their names, but a lot of their names, because they are references to their belief in God.
But then, who is Emmanuel then?
So Emmanuel. So let's read this. We're not going to read a ton of this, but let's read this in context. Okay. The context here is that Ahaz is essentially he's under pressure because, and I might be screwing up the story a little bit. I have to look up the context of this again because I haven't read the full historical aspect of this in several months. But Ahaz was essentially under pressure because these other, this is a time when there was not like one big ruling king of the land. And he was under pressure because these other kings are trying to pressure him for vassalage. All right. And Isaiah is talking to him. And when Isaiah comes to him, he says, we'll start right here. We'll just read this. He says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, now to be clear, when it says that the Lord spoke to Ahaz,
basically he's speaking through Isaiah, but that's another long conversation, right? So this is Yahweh says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz saying, ask a sign of Yahweh your God. Let it be deep as Sheol or high as heaven. In other words, he's basically offering to help Ahaz, but Ahaz doesn't have the faith to actually accept God's offer. So Ahaz says back to him, says, I will not ask, and I will not put Yahweh to the test. Then Isaiah said, notice how it switches fluidly back and forth between Lord and Isaiah, because in this context, even though it started off by saying that the Lord is speaking to Ahaz, this is really the Lord speaking through Isaiah, okay? So then it says, then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? In other words, Isaiah is essentially browbeating him and saying, dude, God is telling you to ask for a sign and you won't even ask for the sign. So he's getting kind of short-tempered with him. And then Isaiah says, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. In other words, if you won't ask for a sign, fine, I'll give you one anyway. Here's the sign. Look, the young woman is with child. This is centuries before the birth of Jesus, and they're talking in the present tense. They said, look,
But doesn't it say like will give you a sign? Like future tense?
No, he says yes, he will give you a sign. And then he proceeds to talk to him and tell him what, even if you want to believe that somehow
it also says like shall and then will.
But think about this. This is a sign.
This is not present tense, right?
This is a sign given to Ahaz. So even if you want to believe that this, even if we ignore the plain language that says the young woman is with child. Okay, that's present tense. She's with child, all right? But we're going to get to why that...
Where does it say that?
I don't know if you can see the screen. It says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Okay, so that's future tense, right? But then it says, look, he's talking to Ahaz. He's saying, first of all, Ahaz is only going to live.
Okay. So
how long do you think Ahaz is going to live for?
It says future tense.
So the point is, this sign is going to come in the lifetime of Ahaz, right? Because you can't be giving Ahaz a sign if Ahaz is going to be dead by the time the sign comes around. Jesus lived.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so Jesus lived centuries after this took place. So this cannot be Jesus. But let's go further on this. So Isaiah says, therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child. So he's saying there's a pregnant woman out there right now, and she will bear a son, and she shall name him Emmanuel. Here's the future part of it. Okay, this is the part that applies to Ahaz, but is not hundreds of years in the future. He says to Ahaz, this child that's going to be born, he shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings, remember I said he's being browbeaten by these other people who want vassalage, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. He's saying that by the time this kid, who's not yet born, but by the time he can eat curds and honey, by the time he knows how to choose evil from good, these two kings that you're in dread of, their land will be deserted. That is the sign.
What translation is this?
This is the NRSV updated edition, the New Revised Standard Version.
Okay.
And then it does go.
How accurate is compared to like the Greek? How accurate is it in comparison to the Greek?
Well, I mean, I want to be clear here. I do not pretend to be like a Dan McClellan. Okay, I'm not like a biblical scholar. From everything I have understood, from hearing from a lot of other.
I guess I'd like to look at like the Greek literal translations.
Understand this. What I'm reading to you right now was written originally in Hebrew. This is not a Greek text. Now, it was translated at one point in the Septuagint into Greek, but this was written in Hebrew.
So this is a Greek or Hebrew to English translation or transliteration?
Yes. So everything, Isaiah is the Old Testament, right? You know that? So almost everything in the Old Testament is written in Hebrew, with a few exceptions that are in Aramaic. Half of the book of Daniel was written in Aramaic. And there are a few other small examples that are in Aramaic. There's not a single word of the Old Testament that's written in Greek. So all of this was originally done in Hebrew. And then the final part of this, he's telling him, this kid will be born, the land will be deserted. And then it says, the Lord will bring on you and your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. That's the only part of this that you could say moves past the lifespan of Ahaz, that the Lord will bring on you and your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day of Ephraim, which could mean anything. I mean, that part of the prophecy is essentially nothing, because it means nothing. But the whole part about the child being born cannot possibly be any child that's born after the death of Ahaz, because he's telling him here that in the time when Ahaz is alive, she's pregnant right now with the kid. She's not a virgin. She's a young woman who's pregnant with a kid. And that kid will be named Emmanuel. And before he's old enough to eat curds and honey, before he's old enough to refuse the evil and choose good. In other words, by the time he's a toddler, essentially, right? At that point, the land from the people who are browbeating you will be deserted. That's the prophecy.
Well, I can't really speak against it as is. I mean,
so that's the only.
For me, it's more the New Testament is. I know it's based on the Old Testament, like, because I know it says Emmanuel in the New Testament, but for me, it's more like the personal experience, like.
Well, that's yeah. I mean, but even it's funny because even in the New Testament, where the Holy Spirit comes to Mary and says, call him Emmanuel, but he's not called Emmanuel. He's called Jesus. Now I know you can say that, well, but the meaning of Emmanuel is God with him. And you can say, well, I think that applies to Jesus. But the point is, even then, it's not fulfilled because he's not named Emmanuel. I see your point.
I'm not saying that there isn't like these things that are hard to, or there's other things obviously like in Genesis that you could say like, well, the earth is not like, they believe that the earth was flat at the time, and then, or that it was like a dome.
A dome.
But for me, it's more like the experience. Like before I even picked up the book, it was like there was a love that I encountered. So it was like I really couldn't refuse it at that point.
Right, and again, I'm
because because at the time I was really messed up too. So it was more. It was like. And there is things in the scripture that I would say that do light like a fire in me when I read it. Like, so it's like something that, I don't know, like certain things that like are said, and like, there's like, I guess, like the love, like 1 Corinthians 13, like the love passages, just loving your neighbor as yourself. And I think that proceeds, that even comes before like Christianity. There's, I think, in the book of Hammurabi, right?
Right. Yeah. The golden rule existed before Christianity and before the Hebrew Bible, for that matter. I mean, that's an ancient principle.
So for me, it's about like conscience too. Like I think I hold the conscience really highly, because somebody can claim, like I was saying earlier, somebody can claim to be like a Christian, right? And then they're over here like in like white supremacy, or and then just hating people online that are like LGBTQ or just.
But that's a lot of Christian people doing that.
Yeah, just not treating people well, right? Like,
right.
For me, that's more important than like me winning an argument, or
sure,
or like being right all the time, right? Or feeling like I need to be right. And there's a lot of things I've learned too from like, even from like Catholics, and because I don't agree with Catholics and like in certain things, and we debate, and I learned a lot from them that I was wrong. And I think that's always been my goal, is just to like learn, from people, like their perspective, and then take that, internalize it, and see okay, I need to study this and then find out more about it, and then if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and you know,
Right.
I
But
don't
so
have a
so the
problem with
question
it.
I would have, and again, I'm not one of those online hosts who's trying to tell you that your religion is shit or anything like that. I would like to be more respectful, but I would say this to you: how is it, other than feels, which I respect your personal feels, if that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. But other than feels, what is it from anything that you've just said with regard to conscience? I mean, you yourself said that there's Christians out there who are spreading hate with regard to LGBT stuff, hate with regard to racist stuff. Now, that doesn't mean that it's Christianity's fault, but the point is that if you can be hateful or loving with Christianity, and if you can be hateful or loving without Christianity, then what does the Christianity get you?
Well, I think for me, the Holy Spirit, is like the key, which what I'm talking about, like that was the change.
Okay.
But then, like Buddhists would argue that they have similar like encounters, right, with the or a lot of Eastern mystics talk about that they have experiences too, and Jews talk about they have experiences. But I mean, Judaism, Christianity are kind of linked, so.
But I mean, you're kind of making my point for me, which is that if maybe not every religion, but as far as I know, every religion has people who would claim the same thing. It doesn't make
No, I get. Everybody's going to claim that they have.
yeah.
like,
Now that doesn't
this
make your
truth,
religion
like,
wrong, but I'm
some
saying
truth.
I'm trying to, in good faith, I'll try to kind of prod you a little bit and just find out why is it that I would then believe, if we can find adherents to any other religion that have received better conscience or good benefits from what they believe is their religion, and that we can also find in every other religion people who are shitty despite their religion, and then we can find the same things, good and bad, inside Christianity, then what
Well,
is
I
Christianity?
think for me, it's like I hold to like objective, more about values.
Were you about to say moral?
Yeah. I hold that.
There's not a single
also-
objective moral value in the entire Christian
No,
faith.
I mean I hold to it. I'm not saying you have to believe it. I'm just saying that's what I hold to as like that. I believe like people have this inherent like a knowledge of.
So tell
what
me
is wrong,
an
right?
objective value.
Like somebody raping somebody, right? We know that's wrong, like inherently. Or like somebody murdering somebody just innocent and just we know that's like there's something wrong there. Like we know internally, like
You believe that every
Without
person
saying-
that's ever lived believes that.
I'm not saying that everybody believes that. I'm saying in general, like most people hold. Those
Okay, but
things
see,
true.
here's my point. I would agree with you that murder's wrong. Rape is wrong. I mean, I don't think that's a very controversial stance, whether you're Christian or atheist or what have you. My point is that there are people, unfortunately, who have lived and live today who do not feel that same way. So as
Yeah,
long
I
as
know, and I'm just saying, like in general, most people do have this inherent. Even like kids, right? They don't automatically. But I guess you would argue that from evolution, right? You would argue that it's like learned traits and.
well, I would argue that, but to me, there's a much simpler argument here, which is definitionally, I don't know how you would refute it, which is that do you know what objective means?
It's like there's like truth value there, right? Like
In order for
definite-
something to be objective, it has to be mind independent. In other words, even if everyone in the world agrees that murder is bad, okay, and I think most people, the majority of people agree that murder is bad, but unfortunately, there's always a few bad people. But let's just assume that every single person in the world, all 7 or 8 billion of us, agree that murder is wrong, and we're not going to do it anymore. And let's say we stop doing murder because we all agree that it's wrong. That's still not an objective value. That is just everyone agreeing on a subjective value, unless you can show me outside of a mind.
But I guess if we agree on it, then we can't really say it's right or wrong, right? We could just say we prefer that.
No, we can
At
we
that
can
point.
we can absolutely subjectively come up with agreement on what is right or wrong. Society does that all the time. Every law
I mean,
that we've
that's a
ever passed.
hypothetical that, like,
What's that?
I think it's a hypothetical that you're using, but I mean, in reality, I don't think it really works because, like,
But my point is
people
my point in saying that the fantasy of if everyone in the world agreed is that even then it's still in your mind. Even if everyone agrees on something, that can be a standard. You can have subjective standards, but it's not objective. You cannot, by definition, have an objective standard that lives or emanates from one or more minds. If it's mind dependent, then it is by definition subjective. You understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. You're saying, like, from the perspective of people agreeing, right, or disagreeing, or,
Right.
like, agree, they'd have to all agree, then it would be objective to them.
Well, no, it would
But
still be
my argument
subjective.
is that there's
Just because they all
obviously-
agree on it doesn't mean that they might feel in their mind that it's subjective, but that's because they don't know what the word objective means. And I know that sounds arrogant, but it's, I mean, I could sit here and pull up the definition of objective in front of you, but I think that feels a little pedantic. I mean, it's literally in the definition that to be objective, it has to be mind independent. So even if everybody agrees that this is the
So it
right
has
thing to
be
do,
pre-exist mind too, right?
what's that?
Then it pre-existed like mind
But even if
or
so,
minds.
so like the common Christian retort to this, and I'm not saying that I don't know if you would say this, but the common Christian retort is like, no, but this comes from God. But unless you want to tell me that your God has no mind, then it's still mind dependent.
Well,
It's
mind
just-
independent, I think, in terms of like natural minds, right? Or contingent minds.
That's not part of what defines objective or subjective. There's no requirement that it be a natural mind in order for it to be objective or subjective.
But then why do people feel like private guilt even when like nobody's around? Like,
Because empathy is a thing. Because we have evolved over millions of years to have empathy. It's a good thing. The point of empathy is that you can on
but
some
not all people have like this empathy, right? Like you're saying.
Well, you're right. There are some
that don't
people that are
have it, right?
pathological. Some people don't have empathy, and a lot of times they're not good people. But when you say why do people
But like children typically don't like exhibit these behaviors, right? They like learn them, and then they disobey and keep disobeying, and then disobeying their parents and going out, and they know these things are wrong inherently, that what they're doing.
well,
Like there's even people that I think there was like a murderer, the Iceman. He was saying that he doesn't like to think about his murders because then it'll hurt me. Like, and that really rang a bell with me. With like, why would he say that? Like,
there are
he's not a
also
believer.
some serial killers that replay them over and over again.
yeah, I know, but why would it replay if there's no objective values, right? Like, why would he have anything? Why would he even feel anything? He shouldn't feel anything, right? He should be like a.
Having objective
Like,
or
if it's just
subjective
like, if it's
values
just
has nothing to
subjective,
do
you
with whether or
just
not you
like a
feel
preference,
things.
right? Or,
Those are unrelated. So here's an objective standard. Here's an objective fact. What does 1 + 2 equal?
3.
It's 3, and it's 3 whether you agree to it or not. It's even if the entire world decides tomorrow that 1 + 2 = 4. Anyone who's actually looking at the objective facts of math understands that no, 1 + 2 = 3. So that is mind independent. That is an objective. The speed of light is an objective fact. We can measure it, and a few deranged people can argue and say, I don't think that's the speed of light. But unless they can prove it experimentally, we can say, no, you don't understand what the speed of light is. We can measure it. We can prove it. This is the speed of light. It's an objective
I think we
fact.
can prove like that it happens, right? We can't prove why. Like
we can prove
physically.
what we could, well that it happens is a so the speed of light,
Like why that
light
is,
is
we
something
can't
that
say.
happens. In other words, it moved from this distance or from this point to that point in this amount of time, so that happened.
No, I mean we can't like say we have a proof for why that is, right? We don't have like a
Right. We don't have any reason to tell you why the speed of light is what it is, but we can
I think
tell
it's
you
the
what the
same with
speed of light is.
like morality, right? We can't say that. I think it's similar with morality. There's like objective, or like Hughes. I think, or like there's like certain. What is it? Hume's ought is ought that right? Like
You're talking about ought versus, but this. I feel like we're getting some things conflated here. So the simple fact is that you can. Where was I going to go with this? This kind of circular there. Just because you can have absolutely agreement as to why we don't murder people, why we don't abuse people, why we don't do bad things, but that doesn't change the fact that it's still subjective.
But I think it was if it was subjective, then it's just preference, right? It's not. Like
That's what morality is. It's and
But
now
if it's just preference, then like what Hitler did is just preference, right? Like
no,
some people could say it's okay, and other people could say
because I mean
it's not.
you can have a morality. So in his
But we
mind,
all know that like inherently that it is wrong, right? What Hitler did.
so morality doesn't exist just as one universal ideal. So you have your morality, it exists in your mind. You have the morality of your family, you have the morality of your community, you have the morality of the world, etc.
But there has to be a right and wrong, right? Like there has to be some standard that like.
So give me one of these standards.
What like morally?
Yeah.
Like a moral standard?
Mm-hmm.
Like we know we shouldn't kill like innocent people, right? Like
I mean, I know that, and you know that, but the fact that there are other people who do not agree with you tells you that it is not an objective standard. It is your opinion. Now, it doesn't just have to be your personal opinion, because that's why I was saying you have your opinions. There are family opinions, there are community opinions, there are world opinions. So,
but then if I had a different opinion of like I can kill innocents, right? Then
well, first of all,
my opinion again,
whether or
right?
not
Then
the whole idea
right or wrong.
of who is or is not innocent is completely and utterly subjective. And every society since the dawn of man has always at some times sanctioned killing.
But then so Hitler wasn't wrong then, right? Is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that there are always going to be people who have their own twisted ideals. But even when you say, no, but there's a right and wrong, that's still what you have decided as a large scale society. We've decided as a society that Hitler was wrong, that he was gross. But that's because we as a society understand how horrific and detrimental all of his actions were. And because we, in general, of course, anytime you talk about society, you can only talk in big, broad, general terms, because there's always going to be individuals that are outliers.
But I think in general, like even the world, like most of the world, right, didn't agree with Hitler, right? There obviously was some countries that did.
Well,
sided with him.
Most of the world didn't understand until late in the game exactly what he was doing. There are plenty of people in the world who agreed, that.
But then Stalin was also doing similar things, right, with killing his own people and the gulags.
Well, not really on the scale that Hitler was. I mean, the Stalin is responsible.
I think the numbers are higher for Russia. He killed more of his own people.
Yeah, let me illustrate something for you here. This is.
I'm not sure if it's just Stalin. I know Lenin possibly and Stalin.
Yeah, let me pull this up here. I thought I had that. Let's see. Communist. Oh, I have Chinese communism, but I don't have the Stalin one in here.
But in my opinion, but I guess I would argue that they were both like wrong and.
Well, yeah, I would argue that they're both wrong too. But the point is that a lot of so Stalin was responsible for, I believe, more deaths overall than Hitler was. But Stalin didn't march as many people off to death camps and execute them. A huge part of the deaths,
well, like the torture, right?
I mean, he did do
The
that. Don't get me
torture.
wrong, but a huge part of the deaths attributed to the Stalinist regime were because they literally sabotaged their own economy, and a lot of people died of starvation. Now, I'm not saying that means that's not to a large part the fault of Stalin, but compared to like the Nazis, where the majority of the deaths, aside from the war deaths, not counting the battle, but aside from the war deaths, the majority of the deaths were people that they marched off to camps and executed. Whereas with Stalin, yes, they did march, unfortunately, many people off to camps and executed, but the millions and millions of people that are attributed to deaths in the Stalinist regime, the vast majority of them are attributed to the completely fucked up agricultural and economic policies that resulted in the starvation and death of millions of his own people.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Well, it was nice talking to you. I'm gonna get going.
okay.
It was a pleasure talking to you. And
All right. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate your time.
okay, bye.
Well, there we go. We've had a caller for the night, so we haven't been shut out. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate him. I will say the whole objective morality thing, sometimes I don't know how I can make it more plain. This is what people get hung up on every single time. And this is not a dig on him, because I think that he was, cool and respectful, and we had a nice conversation. But every time you want to talk about morality and what is objective morality or subjective morality, it so many times comes down to the same discussion. And I would like to think about better ways to have this discussion, because sometimes I feel like you can put out the facts as plain and simple and definitionally as they are, and people just keep coming back to the same catch point. And that catch point is this. Of course, we generally have things that we all, or at least nearly all of us, say are bad. Child abuse, sexual abuse, murder. I mean, all of these things, bad. The problem is that people take that and they make the illogical leap to say that if we all believe that this is bad, then therefore it is an objective standard. And that is not the same thing. And that's why I was trying to make the point earlier, if you were listening on that even if every single person on the planet agrees that something is wrong, that doesn't make it an objective standard. Just because everyone agrees on it doesn't mean it's not subjective. If it exists in your minds, then it cannot be an objective standard. It's subjective. And even when we talk, this is actually a very common Christian retort, especially, he was really respectful, but a lot of times when people want to attack you as an atheist and they want to imply that you have no morality, they'll say things like, oh, you don't, it's just your opinion. So, you don't think that, you don't have a standard for saying that child abuse is bad, or that rape, sexual abuse is bad, or what have you. But the simple fact is that if you can find even one sick fuck out there in the world who has committed that crime, then you are also admitting that it's subjective. Now, you can tell me all day that it's wrong, and I will agree with you. I will agree it's wrong to hurt children. It's wrong to hurt people, period. It's wrong to abuse people, to murder people. But as long as you can find people that have been committed of the crime, that means that someone at some point had a different opinion about it. Somebody felt like they were justified at the time in doing differently. Now, we can all sit there and pass judgment on them and say you're a sick fuck for what you've done, and you should be punished, maybe extremely, for what you've done. But the fact that you have, if it was truly objective, then it's pretty hard. It's not impossible, but it's pretty hard to disagree with objective facts. You don't have too many people out there arguing that 1 + 2 = 4. Even the biggest idiots in the world do not really tell you that 1 + 2 = 4. I'm sure we can find someone who's so stupid that will tell you that basic math is not doing basic math, because there's always someone, no matter how obvious a fact is, that will argue something with you. But generally speaking, you can have, with objective facts, you can have incredible adoption and understanding of what is reality, because they're objective. And theists like to think that this is a gotcha. They like to think that, oh, then if everyone thinks that murder is bad, then that's clearly, although there's also another problem with that. Like when the people say things like murder is by definition bad, because murder is by definition, an unjustified killing. If you want to tell me that killing is bad, we can have conversations about that all day long, because every single society since the dawn of man has on some level decided places where they think that killing is justified, and where they have even ordered other people to commit killings, and when they even celebrate killings. But if you want to go down this path of, something being objective or subjective, I lost my train of thought there, but in terms of murder is by definition an unjustified killing. So the only people who have ever disagreed that murder is wrong are people who don't understand what the word murder means, because by definition, murder is an unjustified killing. But if you think that killing's wrong, whether you're a pacifist or somewhere in between, I mean, there are all sorts of gradations there about what people believe and what people will hold to with regard to what is acceptable and not an acceptable killing. But the whole objective standard thing, and then you can even go down another thing to bring up with this too. And I don't think he knew his Bible very well, which is fine. But if somebody wants to tell me that, oh, you get your objective morality from God or from the Bible or from Yahweh or from Christianity, then show me where this objective morality is. Because the only times that I have found any objective standards in the Bible, they're also the objective standards that Christians have rejected. So, for example, don't eat shellfish. That's a pretty objective standard. I mean, I think it's subjectively stupid, but it's an objective standard. You either ate the shellfish or you didn't. I mean, we can say, hey, if that's the rule, you can't eat shellfish. There's not too much subjective about that command. But of course, Christians threw that shit out a long time ago. Christians throw out anything that does not suit the way that they want to act today, according to their hopes and desires. But the objective stuff, what objective stuff there was in the Bible, almost all comes from the Old Testament. It almost all comes from the old Deuteronomical and Levitical commands and Exodus commands from God. There's stuff there that you can argue is objective. Don't do this one thing, or always do this thing. Always observe the Sabbath. I mean, granted, how you observe the Sabbath, I guess, is subjective. There's a lot of subjective judgment in how you observe a Sabbath. But even what day is the Sabbath is subjective, because Christians can't even fucking agree on what day is the Sabbath. I mean, most Christians will tell you that the Sabbath now is Sunday, but that's not what the Hebrews thought. And even today, there are some Christians who don't think that it's Sunday. And so, like, how do you disagree on what day? I guess I know how you disagree on it, because as far as I know, the Bible never says what day of the week the Sabbath is. It just says you always have to, observe the Sabbath. I'm not sure. I don't think he didn't really have defined opinions on a lot of things, though. So it's kind of hard to have. I don't mean it as a dig on him. I thought he was, respectful and cool to talk to, but didn't seem to have a lot of concrete ideas on what actually, even when it came down to morality, It's like, okay, what are you actually arguing here? There's a lot of circular logic going on there, but as I pointed out before, and I will say it again, I'm not here to tell you that your personal beliefs are wrong. I know there are some atheists who would love to get you on a call on YouTube and tell you that you're an asshole and an idiot and all your beliefs are stupid. I mean, if you like following Jesus, if it makes you happy to read the Bible, then read it. If it makes you feel more complete every day to pray to God, then pray. I mean, I'll tell you that nothing's actually happening, but I won't normally tell you that unless we're having a conversation about that, because it's kind of a dick move just to throw it into everybody's face. The fact that, yeah, your prayers are not getting answered, So Grumpy says, Sabbath is the seventh day of the week. Well, that's true. I did know that the Sabbath is the seventh day of the week. The question is, what is the seventh day? And then Grumpy says, Christians get Sunday from papal decree and from a weekly tide passage in Acts. Yeah, correct. But I did understand, though, that the Sabbath has always been understood to be the seventh day of the week, going back to the creation narrative from Genesis, right? The question is, which one is the seventh day of the week? Which, comes down to things like papal decree and such. So I did see that. I thought Otangelo was going to call in before. And when he first started, when I just started with this last caller, we had another caller in the queue, but they only hung on for a minute or two because they didn't want to hang out for the rest of that conversation, which I understand. So if we get some other callers here, that'd be cool. I guess Otangelo, I saw something in the comments about like prove my position or what have you. But you guys heard where I could go through this on other examples, but I think that the virgin birth is a perfect example of illustrating clearly that the mythology of Jesus being born of a virgin stems not because everyone understand that, oh, he was actually born of a virgin, but because the gospel writers were caught cribbing off of a bad translation. They were caught trying to read into their understanding of the Hebrew Bible, which for them was totally taken from the Septuagint. And I'm not some scholar in Koine Greek. I know that for its time, the Septuagint was kind of revolutionary. The Septuagint is kind of credited, I think, amongst a lot of scholars with expanding the ideological and theological influence of Judaism far beyond what probably would have been its natural borders, because Hebrews by themselves are kind of insular back in that day. Like they weren't out there trying to put their thoughts and their culture out into a lot of other places. But the translation that became the Septuagint helped to spread those theological ideas far more than they ever would have been if they only ever remained in Hebrew, in their original Hebrew and Aramaic. So the Septuagint was an incredibly important and powerful book, from what I understand, in terms of furthering the theological ideas of the Israelites at that time. But that being said, the Septuagint was not a perfect translation. And I know there's no perfect translation, period, right? I mean, in theory, the only right translation is if you can read the original text. And even then, there's translation going on. There's you performing eisegesis as you read the text. And there's you essentially doing your own internal translations as you read the text. But the Septuagint was an incredibly important book. And from what I understand, I don't think it was a bad translation. I think that we could probably say that the KJV, even though it came far later than the Septuagint, the KJV was probably, I think, a much worse translation than the Septuagint. But that doesn't mean that the Septuagint was perfect. And that part about the virgin birth, that's one thing that I did not understand until I had, finally thrown in the towel on Christianity. And not that I ever thought, I remember even as a kid, I don't know when the first time is that I heard the story of a virgin birth, but if you're a Christian, even at a very, very young age, before you know what sex is, before you understand really anything about sexual maturity and sexual relationships, you're probably in church hearing that Jesus was born of a virgin. even if at a very young age you don't quite understand what that means. So I don't know what point in my young Christian upbringing that I fully comprehended this idea that Jesus was born of a virgin. But even before I knew about this translation bullshit from the Septuagint, I remember thinking, oh, come on. This woman magically got pregnant with the Holy Spirit. And somehow we're then supposed to believe that it was God. I mean, how many young women throughout time have had to come up, have tried to come up with some desperate story for why they have turned up pregnant? I mean, this is not hard to figure out, people. I mean, if we want to assume that Jesus was born of Mary and Joseph and that Joseph was not the biological father, I mean, there's one way to look at it, which is let's read our gospel and tell us what happened. And then there's the other way to look at it, which is like, come on, dude, really? She was impregnated by the Holy Spirit. And Joseph then is reasonably understood by anyone who's not ate up in the religion as being one of the most gullible men in the history of humanity, because his fiance comes back and says, I'm pregnant. And rather than kicking her to the curb, which most men would have done back then, quite frankly, a lot of men would do today, he, if we were to believe the story, bought the line about the Holy Spirit. Of course, according to the gospel, he was told directly that, hey, you can't leave her because this was from God and all of that. But I remember even when I was like 9 or 10, hearing this story and thinking, come on, this wasn't a magic inception from God. This was a woman trying to come up with a story to cover for the fact that she'd been fooling around. And she was just glad that she happened to have the most gullible fiance in the history of humanity. Oh, that's really, I mean, when I think about that now, there are so many, and this is why I say this is mythology. And that you heard me saying to him earlier, I'm not telling you that nothing in the Bible happened. Okay. I'm not telling you that none of the points that are described to you ever occurred. That's not how mythology works. And, I brought up earlier the Troy and, the Trojan War and Achilles and, all of this, like, that is a perfect example, because these things are mythological, but they are grounded in pieces of verisimilitude that make them feel real. And that little bit of that kernel of feeling real then actually helps to propel the story. And then you get a lot of people who uncritically will investigate this, and then they'll say, but these other things we know these other things happened, so clearly this must have happened as well. Hey John, how you doing?
Doing good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. And that last caller, I don't know about you guys, but I thought that last caller, the audio was beautiful, at least from my end too. So how about you, John? Do you think that Jesus was born of a virgin?
Well, actually, I think he might be a Nephilim.
Might be a what?
A Nephilim.
Oh, a Nephilim. Okay. So tell me.
Because the way, if you hear the way the angels come down, they had a baby and had Nephilims.
Well, I mean, going back to Genesis, we have the sons of God, which I always think is funny because it's like, then Jesus is not the only son of God, because Genesis literally says the sons of God. But yes, I've also heard the Nephilim, right? And then, but I think the canonical answer there is that there was no more Nephilim on the earth, for, I don't know, 1,000 years or something, like 800 years or something from the time when we were supposed to believe that the Nephilim were on the earth, right? Plus, it depends on how you want to read it. Some people will tell you that the Nephilim were giants, which is not actually in the text. You have to read between the lines. And plus, there's inferences people pull from Enoch, which is, as far as Christianity goes, is not technically part of the Bible, but it's part of the Apocrypha, if you will. But I don't think Jesus was a giant.
Well, I mean, it's just the way that like I said earlier, way back then, I said, yeah, I see things differently, but I keep hearing it, and I'm thinking, well, now it makes me think about it. What if he was a Nephilim? That's what makes me think of that.
I mean, I guess I see your point, because the Nephilim supposedly came down and started scoring human women. They liked the human women, but I mean, that is the only part of the story that I think lines up with that interpretation, though. If you want to assume that now, I'm not going to sit here and be one to advocate for Bible literalism, but if we were to take the story at face value, it tells us directly that she was impregnated by the Holy Spirit, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, of course we can argue, well, Holy Spirit, Nephilim, what's the difference? I mean, I don't know. It's all, at this point, we're arguing over fantasy labels, right? Like, was it a unicorn or was it a centaur? I don't know. It's all just kind of, this is why I say it's mythology, because if you sat there, this is, CJ Cornthwaite had a great video on this like a month ago. And he is, of course, is someone who has a lot more. He's a real scholar. He has, training in this, etc. And he did a great video where he was basically saying, look, he's doing this analysis on this text, and he said one day it just basically struck him that these theologians are arguing over these details, but if you put this in any other context, if you put it under any other religion, they would absolutely immediately label it as mythology. But because it is part of their tradition, they completely assume that it's not mythology and that we just have to argue over the details because it's something that actually happened. And the degree to which you have to be self-involved to not see that, to me, is embarrassing.
Right. Because it is theology.
Grumpy says, was John in chat when we discussed this? Because this aligns very well with the Gospel of Peter. I mean, John's been with us for a good part of the night, or most of the night, I guess, probably in chat. So I'm sure that I don't know if you've been here the whole time, John, but.
Well, at one point when they collared you had in there earlier, I did fall asleep for a few moments. So I didn't get to finish his conversation.
He was in good spirits, although he's a little... This isn't meant as a dig on anyone. A little sleepy tone. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I did fall asleep.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to have the show where I piss people off and we get into a yelling match for 2 hours. But sometimes people that are a little more animated can be just easier to follow because even if they're saying outlandish shit, it's like at least it's kind of keeping you engaged. But sometimes people can almost be too sleepy in their tone to even know where to take the conversation to next.
Well, I had a busy day. That's probably why I fell asleep, because I took a little mini nap, basically.
Well, that's fair.
It got boring.
That's fair. And I'm definitely not doing like last week. I'm not doing the countdown to midnight. So I don't know how long I'm going to go, but midnight's not going to happen. I can tell you that.
Right.
Also, I have to work
my daughter had a question for you.
Okay.
It was mainly about It was about Jeremiah chapter 10. What was the tree for? I understand it's an idol, but it makes no sense.
What is the what?
The Jeremiah chapter 10, the tree.
She's talking about the Christmas tree.
I understand it's an idol, but it's quite confusing in a way.
Where's this? Oh, I know what you're talking about here. Okay. Let me pull this up on screen. And first of all, I'm going to preface this by saying I haven't gotten to this in Godfrey Bible Study, and I haven't read this in a long time. I'm going to kind of crib off of what I've heard recently from, like, for example, Dan McClellan, who's an amazing, I don't know if you watch his content, but he's really cool scholar, very well known on YouTube. And he talked about this because this is often brought up by Christians as some type of example of, a proto tradition of a Christmas tree. So I'm going to read through this quickly, and I'm going to give you my take on it. I'm also going to give you the caveat that pull up Dan McClellan's video on this. He did one right around like December or something last year because, of course, it was apropos to the time. And don't take my words verbatim, because I'm not going to have the best take on this. But here, let me read this quickly just so that we have the context and it's on the screen. Hear the word the Lord speaks to you, O house of Israel. Thus says the Lord, do not learn the ways of the nations or be dismayed at the signs of the heavens, for the nations are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are false. A tree from the forest is cut down and worked with an axe by the hand of an artisan. They deck it with silver and gold. They fasten it with hammers and nails so that it cannot move. Their idols are like scarecrows in a cucumber field, and they cannot speak. They have to be carried, for they cannot walk. So, some Christians like to bring this up as some part of an argument that somehow the Christmas tree itself is pagan or anti-God, that you shouldn't have it in your house. But this is not referring to a Christmas tree at all. And the understanding that I have is that when it says the customs, a tree from the forest is cut down and worked with an axe by the hands of an artisan. So, and they deck it with silver and gold. So this wouldn't be a tree like them bringing a tree into the temple or into their house. This would be essentially when they talk about the tree is cut down and worked with an axe, they're basically cutting all of the branches off of it. They're making a pole. Okay. And then they would gild it with metals and fasten it with hammer and nails. So that pole in itself then becomes a religious symbol. And that's what they're referring to. But it has nothing to do with, even though it says it starts with a tree, but it's not saying that the end result is a tree. It's saying that a tree from the forest is cut down, because of course it's wood. The fact that they're working it with an axe essentially is a way of saying they're shearing all of the branches off of it. They're turning it into a pole. And then once you gild it with silver and gold, you essentially have this fancy idol of a pole that they can use for other, pagan rituals, or, non-Christian, non-Yahweh honoring rituals. That's what it's referring to. It is not referring to any concept of a Christmas tree. Of course, they wouldn't have even known what Christmas is back then, but it's not even referring to them bringing a tree in and worshiping the tree per se. It's simply referring to them using the trunk of that tree as a basis for them, this kind of sculpture that they would create. But you're not going to create like this pure gold or silver sculpture. No one has that much gold or silver. So instead you take a pole and then you essentially wrap the valuable shit around it and then use that as your idol. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Plus, also, I have noticed this too, because a few members of my family is Christian, that they will put up a Christmas tree either way, even when you point that stuff out.
They'll put it in a way? What do you mean?
Try to say that word again.
Which one?
They would still put it up either way.
Yeah,
it's either way.
So they would put it up either way, whether. Well, I mean,
whether it was a tree or not.
Basically, they would put it up, and whenever I asked them of why they're putting it up, they'd say it's because it's supposed to represent Jesus' birth or death. Can't remember which one. But half the time, I'm like, "Are you kidding me? This is just stupid."
Yeah, I mean the adoption of the Christmas tree, and I'd have to look it up, but the adoption of the Christmas tree itself does not specifically have to do with Jesus. It has nothing to do with Jesus, and it has nothing to do with the Bible at all. There's no reference to it at all in the Bible. Now, this verse that you bring up here with Jeremiah 10 is usually used by people who want to tell you that you shouldn't have a Christmas tree because it's some banned pagan idol. But that's a misplaced attribution on their part, because this is not referring to a Christmas tree. It's not even referring to bringing a tree of any sort into your home. It's referring to the way.
Sounds like.
Go ahead.
It sounds like more like a staff.
it basically is done.
Well, I would say
It sounds
that
like more of a
I think the understanding is it's harder than a staff. So you have to remember, like, for example, what is one of the primary symbols of Asherah? Was a pole. So you have an Asherah pole.
pole, something you carry.
And now I'm not saying that this is specifically referring to Asherah because I'm not sure, but poles themselves would be at times in different traditions would be decorated and treated as avatars of gods. So that's really what you're talking about here. It's not a staff. I don't think that this in any way is referring to a staff.
Sounds like one, though.
Now, I did see literally just today where Dan McClellan had another cool video, and he was talking about Asherah, and he was talking about how it's not proven, but there's at least some reason to believe that the menorah might be a stylized outreach of what was originally a symbol of Asherah. Because remember, I said you have Asherah poles, but also the tree. A tree was considered a stylized avatar of Asherah. And there are inscriptions of 2 ibexes, I think, that are eating at both sides of a tree. And Asherah was supposed to be the tree in the middle. And then as they would stylize it, instead of showing it as a tree, they would show like the central pole with the hoops coming, or the signs coming out. And it looks a lot like a menorah. Now, that's not a proven thing. Like, we don't know that the menorah comes from an eventually stylized version of an Asherah pole, but it also is kind of striking when you see some of the inscriptions, how much the stylized version of the Asherah tree looks like a menorah. And part of that, too, part of the reason that he said that might be the case is because it used to be that in the temple, you would have these different representations of different gods, right? You would have idols or symbols of the gods. And then during one of the kings, I forget which one, he said, like, essentially they started consolidating this and saying, you're not to worship these other gods at home, and you're not to worship, even bring any of the other gods into the temple. You're only going to worship Yahweh. And you might think that that's a sign of like religious fidelity, but it's more of a power play. It's more like someone using the God as their symbol of saying, hey, this is the God we're going to worship, and I'm the one who's going to tell you to only worship, and therefore it's a power play on my part. So you would have, in the temple, you might have like other symbols of Asherah, and instead of having to destroy the symbols, in some ways you can kind of change the way that they look so that they're no longer specifically associated with Asherah. So it's kind of like a low-key way to keep the symbols there without pissing people off, but without saying that you have other symbols in the temple with Yahweh. So like if you look at some of the verbiage starting from like Exodus, when they talk about the tabernacle, and then eventually as it moves to the temple, the first temple and the second temple, a lot of it talks about like you'll have no other gods before me. Christians read that as, well, you just won't worship any other gods. But there's a much more literal way to read that. And I might be going off base here, but I think that the more literal translation actually has some merit, because in the temple itself, you would have Yahweh, who in the ancient Israelite tradition, they believed that Yahweh lived in the fucking temple. Like Yahweh was there. And the idea was he literally did not.
He could have also been another god, just disguised as that.
Well, I mean, you could always say that, yeah. But I'm saying I'm going by the internal critique of what the Bible is claiming. But you're right. I mean, who knows what it was? But the idea was that then he didn't even want other avatars, other idols, anywhere in front of him or near him in the temple. So it was like a total power play to say, hey, you can't have these other idols around, because in this literal reading, the idea was like you're literally putting other gods in his presence, and he won't deal with that. So there's a story from 1 Samuel where the Philistines have the ark. They've captured the ark, which is hilarious because it's supposed to be this incredible holy power thing, but the Philistines captured it. And then they put the ark in their temple, and their idol, I think it's Dagon. The next morning, like Dagon, the idol of Dagon is broken. Okay, and then so they fix it, or they put a new idol of Dagon there, and then they come back the next morning, and the new idol of Dagon again is broken. So the inference is that Yahweh's pissed off because there's this other idol in front of him, and Yahweh then fucked with the idol of Dagon. Hey, Jesse, good to see you. You missed loads of fun stuff, Jesse. It's been an incredible night. So is that helpful at all? I mean, I don't present myself as being a great expert on that, but that is my understanding of it.
You're fine. I just want to see your opinion on it too, so you're perfectly fine on that. Yeah,
I mean, my opinion is that this has, there's not a single thing that it can even conceptually be pulled from anywhere in the Old Testament that has anything to do with the Christmas tree. In that this passage specifically isn't even talking about having a tree anywhere around. It's talking about what would be the product that started from a tree, and then they essentially turned it into an idol by cladding it. I said gilding before. Cladding is a better word. They clad it in gold and silver. So, and you see, like, it goes on to say here, because it says, after they tell you about how they made the idol, that it says, their idols are like scarecrows in a cucumber field, and they cannot speak. They have to be carried, for they cannot walk. Do not be afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, nor is it in them to do good. So, going back to the literal interpretation, depending upon how you read this, there was a belief in ancient Israel that, the idol of Yahweh would not just be, the ark was not just an ark, and any idol of Yahweh is not just an idol. Like that was literally a representation of the God himself. And he's basically making fun of them. And he's saying, well, not making fun of them, but he's talking down to them, saying, you cut down this tree, you cut off the limbs, you clad it in gold and silver, and even when you're done, it's just a stupid idol that can't do anything. It can't walk around, it can't move, it can't do anything. All right, you guys got lots of noise there.
Who's that? That's my mother.
Hey.
No. Mom, I wanted to ask you a question. I asked him the question. Dad told me to take him to the other room. Well, I wouldn't. I'm not going to judge you on that, so please. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, so let's do, if anyone else would like to call in, they're welcome, but otherwise I'm going to do a few more comments and we'll carry on. We'll see how things go. See, the audio on him there was really, really good. So, like, just earlier, something was messed up with the system. But I think, knock on wood, I think I got the audio thing hammered now. I mean, it's still complex because people can still have something wrong on their phone and wrong with their setup or whatever. There's still a lot of moving parts, but I don't feel now like I have all my settings screwed up. So this goes back to this is something that I will bring up repeatedly just because this is one of those, I guess you could say it's becoming a pet peeve of mine, because this is someone who is a friend of the channel, so to speak. They're a member, but it says, so they're obviously a fan, and I appreciate them, but it says, they're talking about standards of biblical prophecy. And they say, hi, Adam, as always, very insightful, and I'm looking forward to this. While I agree with most of your criteria, I struggle with the one regarding God's omnipotence. By dismissing a prophecy because God has the power to fulfill it, you create an unfalsifiable standard. If your prediction fails, it's a false prophecy. If it succeeds, you dismiss it as mere divine announcement because God is in control. This logic makes it impossible for any divine communication to ever qualify as a prophecy, regardless of how accurate or unlikely it was. In which all I can say is this: Yes, that is exactly my point. I've struggled at times to even think of better ways to couch this, because I think that the majority of people that have commented on this have agreed with me, but every once in a while I still get even members and such who believe pretty strongly that God should be able to be credited with making a prophecy. And I'll die on this hill, people. Like, I really feel strongly about this, that it doesn't make any sense. Well, the only way to me that it would make any sense that we can credit Yahweh with making a prophecy is if those same people will also give the point that Yahweh is not omnipotent and omniscient. If he's not all the omnis, if he's the old school, Old Testament God, the one who walks around and is not all the places and doesn't know all the things and cannot do all the things, if he's more like a Hellenistic God, then under that model of God, then if you told me that he made a prophecy, I might be able to accept. Hey, Jesse, I'll get you in just a second here. So if you told me that he made a prophecy, I might be able to accept your contention that he made a prophecy. But if you want to hold to this Platonic ideal of the omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, omnipresent, perfectly just, everything God, then it makes no logical sense to me that we could ever credit God with making and or fulfilling a prophecy. Like, here's an example I could give you. Imagine that I have tomorrow's weather forecast, but it's not just a decent forecast. It's the perfect forecast. It truly can tell you the exact 1/10 of a centimeter of rain that we're going to get in any certain spot. It will tell you the exact degree, to the 1/10 of a centigrade that the high and the low will be. It can tell you everything about the weather. It can tell you whether a cloud will be over your house at a given minute of the day. That's how exact the forecast is. And then I look at the forecast and I tell you that tomorrow a tornado will come down on your house. On one level, initially, that feels like an incredible prediction, right? Because wow, you predicted that a tornado would come right down on my house, and it did. Like, you might feel like I should get a lot of credit for a great prophecy. But if I had an infallible forecast, if I truly knew and could make happen putting that tornado on top of your house, that's not a prophecy. You can tell me it's a promise. You can tell me that it's me just saying, hey, tomorrow, don't be home, because I'm going to mess up your house. But it's not a prophecy. I mean, I don't know how you could want to give the perfect omnipotent God credit for a prophecy when he knows everything according to the Platonic ideal of Yahweh. He knows everything. He can do everything, and he can do it easily. Let's get to Jesse here. Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me okay?
It's perfect this time. I don't have the glitches I had last week.
I think
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
The whole show.
What's that?
I said I missed the whole show. I just got in a few minutes ago.
Well, how dare you, Jesse? I did not authorize this.
I took the whole week off last week, and I had to make up for it now. So,
so you missed the big anniversary last week. I mean,
yes, I was there. Yeah, I'm kind of self-employed, so I can kind of work when I want to. And last week I didn't want to, so I got to make it up this week. But I was like, oh crap, I'm missing the show, and I didn't get in until just now. So I thought I would either liven it up a little bit or bore everybody to death.
Well, I'm all for livening up. What do you got for us tonight?
Well, I saw your topic. It is, I can't see it from this. Is Christianity and mythology are the same thing?
Yes.
And so I mean, I don't know if you can really say for sure they're the same thing, but I think that a lot of it is mythologized. At least there may be a basis of truth or a basis of history, and I think there is some history that is probably verifiable. But I think a lot of it is definitely, especially the Old Testament, is, for lack of a better word, mythology. It's just tales that were passed down from generations, and some was written down, but who knows how that changed over time. So I think that today's Christianity is largely based upon a myth, that might have a seed or a basis of fact. I mean, that's just my thought on that.
Well, I totally feel what you're saying, and I don't really disagree with you, but I'll add a few points. We talked about this a little bit. I had a previous caller, and I kind of brought up the same points, but I would never tell you that there aren't any things from the Bible that we can pull that are that are facts, that are historically accurate. I mean, to be fair, anytime we get in depth into biblical history, it usually has many problems that go far beyond what Christians will admit. But that's not me trying to say that there aren't any verifiable facts in the Bible, because that's not true. I think that there are grains of truth into things that have happened. But the key to understand there, and I know you're not arguing with me or anything, I'm just kind of talking through it. The key to understand there is there's a word for that. It's called verisimilitude. And it's the fact that you can have a story which is based upon some degree of real world details. And yet the story in large part is fictional or mythical. One classic example that always comes up, like I've heard Paula say this, is that Spider-Man is based in Manhattan. Unlike DC Comics, he's not based in Gotham. He's based in Manhattan. And sometimes when you're reading the comics, he'll swing on the Empire State Building or another building that's actually there, or he'll be walking down Broadway or some street that's actually there, because it's based, at least in some small part, on real world pieces. That doesn't mean that Spider-Man's a real person. That doesn't mean that he has, that he can do whatever a spider can. It just means that there are pieces of verisimilitude baked into the story. Another example that I talked about earlier is, like in Greek myth, Achilles, no one that I know of believes that Achilles was a real person. But the battle, the Trojan War, and a lot of we know that there was a city called Troy. We know that there are aspects of the Trojan War that can tie into historical facts. And yet the story of the Trojan horse and Achilles and all of that, that goes along with that saga, almost all of that is mythology. So, of course, I'm not arguing with you, but I'm saying that, yes, there are pieces of the Bible that are verifiable as to, yes, this place exists, or this event happened, or this person lived. And yet, in my humble opinion, that does nothing to discount the idea that as a class of information, the Bible is mythology. And I'll say one more thing, and I'll shut up, because I don't want to, I'd love to get your feedback as well. I don't want to dominate what you're saying, but let me move this over here. But this is, granted, this is just the first thing that comes up in AI search. I should do a better look for definitions here. But the first thing it tells me is that mythology is a collection of traditional stories, legends, and beliefs belonging to a particular culture, religion, or historical tradition. It can also refer to the academic study of these narratives, which typically feature gods, heroes, and supernatural elements to explain the universe or reinforce societal values. It's cumulative folklore. And again, that doesn't mean that there's nothing in the story that we can tie to a historical basis. And yet, my biggest contention here is this. If we took these stories and we just changed the label, or even better, if we changed the label and we changed the culture associated with them. So if we made them all Thai sounding names, or Vietnamese sounding names, and we placed them somewhere in Thailand or Vietnam. In other words, they weren't names that sounded familiar to us. That wasn't Jesus. It wasn't King Herod. It wasn't, it wasn't stories that we know because of our culture and tradition. But then we gave you almost all of the same story points. Christians would almost immediately, out of hand, just dismiss them as nothing more than myths. So that's my take on that.
I think when you said folklore, that's probably a good way to describe it, or historical fiction. I mean, like I said, I'm agreeing with what you said initially. That there's basis for. I mean, I think there's historical basis. I mean, obviously there was a nation called Judah and Israel, ancient Israel. There was the Jews. I mean, that's a real verifiable fact. That there's obviously the Roman Empire, and there was Caesar Augustus and certain kings mentioned, and so that's all true. And I think that there was some of that's. I think it's been embellished over the years. It makes a better story. It's easier to sell the narrative if you, rather than having a guy that was kind of a rabble rouser, a teacher that kind of taught things that the Roman Empire didn't like, and he got himself executed for it. Rather than that, you kind of make him out to be a messiah, and he did all these great miracles, and it makes a better story, a more fantastic story to tell the followers. And like I said last week, I was raised in church. I cut my teeth on the pews. My dad was a preacher. I was literally raised in church my whole life, and I was taught these stories from birth. I believed them. I mean, what a great story, Jonah and the whale. Wow, or Noah's Ark, and I was taught. My mother was, I think, my first Sunday school teacher, and I remember her doing a little flannel graph. You remember the flannel graphs? Where they have the little cutout card and they put them on the little flannel. My mom did those, and she was, and I was like, oh, that's such a great story, and I believed it. I mean, mom's teaching me; it's got to be true. But as you get older, you start looking at it more objectively, and as you start going to school and getting educated and learning a little about science and philosophy and those kind of things, you start thinking, wait a minute, could that story have happened? Oh yeah, just trust God, take it on faith. Of course it happened. But at some point, it just does, like you mentioned all the time in your God-free Bible studies. Come on, man. I mean, it's like, it doesn't make sense. And you say that it doesn't make sense, and it doesn't pass the smell test. So you got to look at those stories and say, yeah, some of those things. Of course, the Jews in Israel fought against their neighbors, and they might have wiped the neighbors out. I mean, I think that is the genocide part. I think some of that is definitely true.
Well, I think that the idea that they wanted to wipe people out, and there may have been some battles where they certainly got the upper hand and wiped out a village. The idea that they actually ever managed to wipe anyone out is pretty much verifiably false. And it says so in the scriptures themselves, because they'll say that they wiped this place out, and then we get the same place mentioned with the same people mentioned, a chapter or two later or a book or two later. But like,
I don't think that they wiped them all out. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. They
wiped
didn't.
A lot of it out, but not all of them, and they were chastised by God for not taking.
But like in Joshua, it says repeatedly that they couldn't get these people out. Like Joshua says that they couldn't get people out of Jerusalem, so they had to live next to them. And then there are like several other places where it says that they couldn't get them out. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, no, I know. Right, you're correct. And but even after they conquered, supposedly after the Exodus, and they came in and killed everybody, they didn't kill everybody, because even Caleb, he said when he was getting his, like when Joshua was near the end of his life or whatever, and he was saying, maybe I got it wrong, but I remember Caleb was saying he was one of the two spies. Joshua and Caleb were one of the two good spies.
Right.
And Caleb at the end of his life said, "Give me that hill with the giants. I want to capture, and I want to take the hill. I'm going to take that land there." Because they hadn't done the whole job. So, but they had to displace the people that lived there. So they definitely went to war with them and killed, I think, a lot of them.
Well,
I don't think
they ever
2 million people. Like,
I don't believe they ever. Well, the numbers are completely fantasy. I mean, they bring up numbers. Yeah, in terms of their armies, they bring up numbers that are larger and usually than any known armies of any nation at that time. Although I did find some interesting stuff that for the literalists who want to cling to those numbers, they're kind of ridiculous. Although I didn't realize until recently that in ancient Hebrew, I guess they didn't have numbers, which blows my mind. but they would use letters to represent numbers, and then other people later would not know how to translate these. So there's reason to believe that, like, when it says 600,000 Israelites left Egypt, which is pretty much laughably just known to be bullshit, but it's probably more like there were 600 units, and it later got translated into thousands instead of 600 units or 600, and when they said, like, there's 5,000 men who attacked the city, it's probably 5 tribes or 5 army, like 5 groups, that they got to go with them. But, like, the more I learn, even now, because I'm learning new stuff every day, the more the historical aspect, and again, I'm not trying to say that nothing happened historically at all, because there is verisimilitude involved in this. But the more I learn, even the little details start to fall apart. I mean, not only are the numbers, if we take them at face value, fantasy numbers, the fact that they are engaged when they march out of Egypt to the promised land, which, took 40 years apparently, which that's a whole other story. But they're marching into land that at that time when they want to tell us that the Exodus took place was controlled by Egypt. So they were marching out of Egypt into Egypt, which doesn't make any sense. And then when they get to the Holy Land and they start fighting everyone, who's one of the main antagonists for a while is the Philistines. When Joshua in the book of when Judges was happening, actually, I think it's Judges when we first start hearing about the Philistines big time. When that's supposed to have happened, there were no Philistines in the area. And then even going back to, like, Genesis, they keep talking about, like, they have camels. There were no domesticated camels at that time in that area. It says that they, it says that they conquered Ai. Ai means a heap of rubble. So, and according to archaeological dating, that at the time when they believed that some of these conquests would have been happening, Ai was already destroyed at that time. But it reeks of a people who are trying to create their own ideology. They're trying to create their own origin story, their own mythos, to say this is how we became the shit. Like, this is how we came to be this dominant force, and this is why we have we lay claim to this land, because we say that we've been here all these years. But it's people telling a story after the fact. They're looking at a ruined city, and they're trying to say, they're trying to say that, it's ruined because our people went through and they destroyed that city. But then you look at the archaeological data, and the fact is that it was ruined before they ever got there. But they thought it was a good way for them to make a story, to say that, that they could say, oh, it's ruined because we came in and destroyed the place, and just one factor after another. That's why I say it's I believe more logically understood as being mythology. And like many, many good mythologies, it has pieces to it that we can probably tie to historical events and people and things. But of course, the supernatural things we can always argue, right? As skeptics. But even if we said, fine, let's not even quibble over the supernatural stuff, right? Because of course, a non-believer can always say the supernatural didn't happen. But then let's just say we just try to look at the historical stuff. The fact that there are so many anachronisms in the text. There are so many clear misrepresentations. And there are, quite frankly, there are so many things that make sense to me if you want to talk about how it's one people group trying to build their own story to make a case for why they're different and better and why they have say on the land. Not only did the Israelites not march out of Egypt into Canaanite because it was controlled by the Egyptians at the time, but on top of that, from a sociological perspective, archaeologists and people that go back through biblical history can't find any clear distinction between Canaanites and Hebrews or Israelites. They're the same fucking people. Now, of course, over time, one group starts to build its own little culture and starts to feel different than the other. And that's what it feels like. It feels like a group that was Canaanites And then for whatever reason, maybe one group got exiled, one group fell out of favor, and then they started wandering around. They didn't have a place, so then they had a grudge against the Canaanites. And now they want to start, they don't want to say that they're worshiping the same gods as the Canaanites. They want to say, no, our God now is Yahweh. So then they start making this case for why they're better. And it goes on and on as this act of nation building through stories.
Yeah, I think we agree on that pretty much. But what I think is fascinating or kind of hard to believe is that so many people today, so many Christians believe it all. I mean, they believe it. My dad, the preacher, my dad, believed it, all of it, everything in the Bible. Said the Bible was inerrant. There was no mistakes. It was all correct. And if we thought it was not right or incorrect, that we were wrong. We just didn't understand it, or we didn't, we didn't have enough faith or whatever. And my dad believed it till the day he died. He thought all of it. And even then I was questioning him. I questioned a long time. And, but I wasn't ready to say, well, it's not true. I can't throw it all out, because I was still trying to cling to the parts I thought were good. But man, I know my mom and dad, my dad especially, he was adamant about it. He thought, and if you voiced any kind of dissent or any kind of doubt, I mean, he would kind of even get upset. Like, well, I taught you what's true from the Bible. Why don't you believe it? And I said, well, Dad, but look, and so he was just like shut down, and you couldn't reason with him, because for him it was total 100% inerrant truth, and just don't argue with him about it. And it's kind of sad that they can't see that, hey, there are some good things in the Bible, some things that give you comfort and hope, and some, but there's a lot of really bad stuff in the Bible too, and a lot of stuff that probably didn't happen, at least not the way that it was written, and it was embellished, or it was, it was made bigger to make a better story.
Well, that's absolutely correct. And I'll build on that a little bit and say that I think that, first of all, this idea of hardcore literalism is largely a modern convention. It came into favor about 150 years ago, largely in the evangelical movement, or about 200 years ago, largely due to the evangelical movement in the U.S., although I'm not saying that we're the only ones who came up with this idea. But what I think is worse is that it flattens the story. It robs it of a lot of its richness and context. And I know that sounds funny coming from me, a guy who makes a lot of fun of the Bible, but I think there is a lot of interesting nuance to be gleaned from these stories, if you don't attack them with this blunt object, which is, oh, everything has to be literal. And here's something that I have only truly begun to appreciate probably in the last year since I've had this channel, is that there is a fundamental disconnect between modern people, especially modern evangelical fundamentalist types, versus an understanding of how ancient people related to their world and told stories. Under the modern concept of fundamentalism and evangelicism, they take it as this all or nothing. They take it as an insult. Like if you even dispute even one aspect of the story, not only are you calling their faith false, but in their mind, you're calling the original authors liars. And the sad part about that is that it is a complete and utter misunderstanding of how ancient people even told stories. And I'll give you a good reference for this. Dr. Josh Bowen, I love his stuff. He does a lot of YouTube stuff. I think Digital Hammurabi is his handle. And he explains some of this very well. Because when he talks about it, he explains that in a lot of these ancient tales, and I'm not just talking about the Bible. We can talk about a lot of other, ancient societies and traditions. When they told these stories, this was the way that you told stories. Even if you thought that you were telling a historical story, today, if I wrote an account of something that happened in New Orleans and everything seemed very very analytical, like, okay, at 10 a.m. this happened, and at 12 a.m. this, and it all seemed very believable. And then in the middle of the story, I told you that a dragon went walking down Bourbon Street. You would think that my entire story was stupid. You would discount, I mean, if you were trying to think of it in historical terms, you would then throw out the entire story because you'd say he's unreliable. Everything seemed very reliable in his story until he told me about the dragon going down Bourbon Street at noon. And then you would discount the whole thing. And even taking it a step further, you would probably, if you were being really critical of me, you might think that I was a fantasist, or even worse, a liar. But this is not the way that they thought of storytelling back then. They would borrow elements from other societies, not because they were stealing the story, but because this was the way that you built narratives. They would inject at will sometimes pieces of historical things, what they understood to be historical facts, with what we would call today mythology, and they would intertwine them. And it was not like they were trying to lie to you. It's like this was the way that you told stories back then. And to remove that now and to bring everything to either it's all true or it's all false completely flattens the story. It robs it of any societal context that it might have had. And it then forces you into this position of taking this all or nothing view rather than taking it all in as what are all the aspects that we need to understand about this story. And I'll say one more thing and I'll shut up. But, you know, to me, it's kind of like if you're sitting there with your old grandpa, right? You know, he's on his last days and he's telling you stories about when he was in World War I or something. And you know that he was in World War I. You know that he fought in World War I. You know, like, you know, he's not lying about that. But then every once in a while, he tells you a story about how he killed 22 Germans in an afternoon. And you're like, yeah, that sounds like a bit of a stretch, you know, but you probably don't tell him that. And you don't discard his entire story of his World War I experience just because he allowed himself to wander off into hyperbole at some point in the story. It doesn't mean that it still doesn't have value. And even the part where he exaggerated on some level has the ability to tell you something about the time. It has the ability to tell you something about the storyteller. It still has the ability to convey valuable information to you if you do not hold it to this ridiculous standard of it has to be completely empirically perfectly true.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't really have much to add. I just wanted to call in and say hi. No, but I do have a very rich background of Christianity because I mean, for 6 decades. And so, I mean, I can't share a lot, but I'm not an expert or I'm not at any, but I have actually read the Bible as a Christian where I was told it was true. And once you start reading it, and saying, let me just be objective about it. Like I've watched all of your God-free Bible studies. I've watched every episode, and you bring up a lot of things like, I've read that a dozen times and never saw it that way. And you just have to, like I said, I had to detox. I had to detox from my Christian indoctrination. I had to detox from Fox News. I had to detox from all the crap and say, I don't know what's true. I'm going to have to find out what's true the best I can, because I don't think we ever 100% know the truth. But I looked at it with fresh eyes, and I see the whole world differently. I have a different perspective than I did even 5-10 years ago. It just, and I haven't told, I think I mentioned this last time, I haven't told my family or friends. I think they kind of suspected for things I posted. But I know that if I tell them, they're going to think that I'm heading straight for hell.
Sure.
I mean, they think that, oh, you're an atheist. What do you do? Believe in Satan now? Well, no, but that's what they equate it as. And we were taught that, these atheists, they love Satan and worship Satan, and they just want to just kill all the Christians. And now that you see it, like just an atheist, or a skeptic, I would rather call myself just a skeptic, a hardcore skeptic. But if you don't believe in God, doesn't mean you want to kill everybody that disagrees with you. And that's kind of what we were taught, was like, they're kind of out, kind of a persecution complex. They don't believe the Bible and they don't believe the truth. And so they don't believe it and they don't believe in God, then they're bad people and they're evil people and they're going to try to kill you. That's what we were basically taught. And you kind of live in mistrust and fear of other people that aren't believers.
Yeah,
you
we're
can be
demonized.
friends, but you just kind of push them off a little bit because you know what? They don't believe, and who knows? They might stab you in the back. I mean, it's a weird way of thinking, but we were kind of, you don't associate, or like, we couldn't go to movies. We couldn't go to bowling. We couldn't do those go to dances. I missed all the dances in high school because I couldn't go. We were in church 3, 4, or 5 times a week. That was our life. And I kind of, not bitter is too strong of a word, but I regret the things that I missed because we were so immersed in that brand of literal Christianity. And I did miss out a lot of stuff. I missed a lot of stuff.
Well, I'll also give you another way to think about that too, with regard to like the fact that you're outside the fold. Like, you would be demonized if they know that you're an atheist. Like, think about it like this. We are told that God had to wipe out all of humanity except for one family, Noah, because everyone else was evil. They were all bad. They thought all evil all the time. And then we're told that they had to wipe out all the Canaanites because all the Canaanites were evil. The babies were evil. The old ladies were evil. Everyone was evil. They were just all evil. And they didn't ever end up wiping out all the Canaanites, but that's what they were commanded to do. They were supposed to wipe out all the Canaanites. And the apologetic that we get is because they were all evil. And not only is that just beggar credulity, but even if we try to accept that for a moment, if we try to say, well, I guess everyone was evil, they had to die. Well, then think about the fact that modern Christians, modern religious people will assume that we're evil, you're evil, just because you don't believe in what they believe. So, they may sound like a weird thing for me to tie in together. What does modern Christian ideals about atheism have to do with? But the point is, if they will take everyone who doesn't accept Christianity and easily dismiss them as being immoral and evil and, bound for hell anyway, if just the fact that we don't comply with the thought police means that in their book we're evil, then how does that translate to their assessment of why all the people had to die before Noah's flood and why all the Canaanites had to die because, before the invasion of the Israelites, because, according to the story? I mean, really what it makes it sound like is that if you can't trust their assessment of just, this entire group of people must be evil because they're not one of us, then that sounds a hell of a lot like the same indictments that were put on people throughout the Old Testament because of these sweeping indictments about them just all somehow being blanket evil.
Right. No, I agree with that. I just, and I'm not going to stay much longer. I haven't even had dinner yet, so I just thought I would drop in before you were done. But and my stomach's kind of growling here. But I don't think Christianity is 100% mythology, because there is some basis of truth, and there's a lot of good things in the Bible. Psalms. I mean, there's some Psalms that are beautiful.
Ecclesiastes has some beautiful prose,
What's that?
I said Ecclesiastes is one of the most beautiful.
There's some great stuff in the Bible. The Proverbs, there's some, well, not all the advice is good, but there's some really good advice in there.
Right.
Some of it is
some of it's really bad, but yes, some of the stuff in Proverbs is really good too.
Yeah, and there is. So I don't throw out the whole baby with the bathwater, but I can't base my whole life way of living around it, and that's what I did. What's what we did? Everything was centered around church and the Bible and being a good person, and that was our life.
Yeah.
Like I said, I didn't go to dances. I didn't get to go to I didn't go to the movie theaters because we were in church all the time. That's where good Christian people would be. They wanted to be around each other because they had the truth and they weren't going to hell. So that's where we had to gather. And I just, I really pity and feel sorry for people that still are in that their whole life is everything. Their whole thought process about, it's almost like, what would Jesus do? I mean, well, make up your own mind. You can, we have a mind that we can make up this, we can, based upon the facts and the evidence that we see, we can make decisions. We don't have to pray to God and say, well, God, what person do you want me to marry? That kind of stuff. And I just don't think that's a good basis to live our lives on something like the Bible and Christianity that is basically a good part mythology. So, I mean, that's my views on it. And
I totally agree.
You can tell from the way I'm speaking now that I'm not saying there's not God, because if I knew 100% there's not a God, then I would be God, because only God would know everything. But I think there's a very high chance that there's not a God, at least not the God that is anthropomorphic.
Anthropomorphic, yeah. That's a fun one.
God, I get a little tongue twisted on those words, but they did humanize God. Like God, talks about God's characteristics and kind of sounds like a big old human up there in the clouds.
Well, that's the way he started
God,
in Hebrew mythology.
If there is a God that created the whole universe, then we're not even a speck of sand in that. When I took astronomy and started kind of studying how huge, how unbelievably huge the universe is, and God just put us on this little tiny insignificant planet and in one of billions and billions of galaxies, and we were the apple of God's eye, and everything we do matters to God, and he's watching everything we do. And I'm just like, really? I mean, they say that there's probably 200 billion stars in the Milky Way. There could be a trillion stars in
there are trillions of stars
galaxy.
In the universe.
And then they say there's at least 200 billion galaxies. What?
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
There are trillions of stars in the universe, with each one of them having, depending upon the age of the star and the conditions in which it's formed, most of them have somewhere between 2 and 10 planets each. So the number of planets in the entire universe is absolutely mind-boggling.
But this one planet, it's us. God created us, and he interjects himself into everything that we do, and he's reading our minds, and he's, it's like a big cosmic Santa Claus, and he's going to punish you if you're naughty, but he's not going to give you, a sack full of coal. He's going to send you straight to hell to burn. And I probably still have a little trauma from that. I had a couple traumas. It was like,
there are a lot of people
rapture,
yeah,
missing the rapture, or if, did I confess all my sins today? Because if I died in my sleep, then I'd go straight to hell. And that's a really bad, based upon a myth.
Exactly.
And that's a really horrible way to live.
It's based about a myth. It's not even in 2/3 of the Bible, or 3/4 of the Bible itself, because there is no hell in the way that we think of it in the Hebrew Bible. It was not even a known convention until after the exile, and after they had this new influx of ideas from the Persians and from the Greeks. I mean, the Greeks were where they got they essentially borrowed the ideas of the modern ideas of the Neoplatonic ideals of God, and the Persians is where they essentially absorbed, or I guess the more technical term is there was a syncretic tradition of absorbing this idea of a true heaven and hell as we think of it today.
Uh, Before that, Hebrews had no idea of any type of modern conception of heaven or hell. Even heaven, heaven was just, that's where God lived, but that wasn't a place that you went to because you were good. That was, everyone went to Sheol, and Sheol was didn't sound like a very good place. It didn't sound like hell, but it just sounded like this, like, quiet, dusty place that you sat forever, and just everyone went there. It didn't matter if you were good or bad. The only people that didn't go there explicitly were Enoch and Elijah. Enoch and Elijah, and even then it didn't say specifically that they got to live in heaven. It just said, it said that Elijah ascended to heaven on his chariot, and it just said Enoch walked with God and was no more.
Right. Yeah. No, I remember that. My dad even preaching a story about Enoch and Elijah was carried away in a chariot or whatever.
But even then, it doesn't say that Elijah went to heaven forever. I mean, I know that's the
implied. It's kind of implied.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think. But anyway, I'm going to let you go. I got to get something to eat here, but I just wanted to chip in a little bit, and I don't know what I missed, so maybe I need to watch the other 4 hours.
You have to watch all of them, every minute. You can't miss a minute of this. After you eat dinner, I don't expect you to go to bed until you've gone back and rewatched every minute of because this show is, we are going a mile a minute, and it's so important. I don't waste any time, and every guest, everyone who calls in is like, it's primo, just premium debate.
As long as you don't condemn me to hell, if I don't do it, then I'm not going to be condemned to hell, right? So, all right.
What if I did condemn you to hell? Would you be worried that shit? I just got out of this religion, and now Adam condemned me to hell.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't believe a word of it. So,
okay,
I'm gonna let you go. So hey, I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it.
All right, you bet. Bye.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I want to pull up something, and I know we don't normally turn this into Bible study, but I want to pull up something because he brought up this idea, and this also ties into the script that I've just written for a new video that I'm excited about recording. And of course, I could do this on 1,000 different verses, and I could do this on many different chapters, but I want to give you an example of just how something reads so differently to me now. And the example that I talk about is I'm seeing the Fenords, and I know that most people won't understand that reference, but in 1975, there was this crazy acid trip of a book written called the Illuminatus Trilogy. And I won't bore you with a long description of the book, but there's this idea that, people were brainwashed, and they couldn't see the Fenords. The Fenords were all around them. And once you could see the Fenords, you could suddenly, like, your eyes were opened. And maybe a more cogent example for people that are a little younger than that is the movie from the 80s called They Live, where he puts on the glasses, and once he puts on the glasses, then he can see all of these things from the aliens and about consumption and all this. But to me, a lot of what I've noticed with Christianity in particular, but more specifically with the Bible, is I'm seeing stuff even to this day. Is like 40 years of being a believing Christian, and sometimes even trying to dive into the Bible and wanting to believe everything there and wanting to get the best God-like message that I could. I just did not see this stuff. So I'm going to give you this example that we're all going to know. It's not going to be some example you haven't seen, but I'm going to run to the restroom really fast, and then I'm going to pull up this example of what I mean when I say that once you see the Fenords, you can't unsee them. It's like they're all over the place. But when I was a Christian, I just couldn't see them. It's like no matter how hard I looked, I just couldn't see. So I'll be right back, and then I'll show you this example.
Okay, so we're going to show you an example of what I mean when I talk about at some point when you see the Fenorids and then you can't unsee them, and it's wild. And this isn't going to be something new, like it's, you guys have seen this story 1,000 times, but it's weird to me how I read this so many times before, and it never really clicked in my head until I finally read it again one more time. So let me pull this up really quick. Let's see. It changes here. This isn't a new story. You guys know all about this. This is the Tower of Babel, right? We've all heard this 1,000 times. If you watched Godfrey Bible Study, you've heard me rant about this, but this is an example of where it never really clicked in my head until I just read it again in the last year. And I'll just read it really quick because it's not a long story. So it says, "Now the whole earth had one language and the same words. And as they migrated from the east, they came upon a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. And they said to one another, 'Come, let us make bricks and fire them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone and bitumen for mortar. Then they said, 'Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens. And let us make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we shall be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.' The Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which mortals had built. And the Lord said, 'Look, they are one people, and they have all one language. And this is only the beginning of what they will do. Nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language there, so that they will not understand one another's speech.' So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they left off building the city. Therefore it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth, and from there the Lord scattered them abroad over the face of all the earth." Now again, I know that this isn't a new story for you guys. If you watch Godfrey Bible Study, you've seen me go through this. Even if you haven't watched Godfrey Bible Study, even if you've never been a Christian, you know this story. You've heard this story before. You probably even read it directly out of the Bible. So you're thinking, why am I sitting here and reading the most stereotyped story from the Bible to you here on my live stream? But for all the times that I read this story or had it read to me growing up, and the multiple times when I read the Bible cover to cover when I was a Christian, I always felt that I knew what this story was about. Probably because the meaning of the story was told to me before I ever read the damn story. So when I had read this, even though I had read it on my own so many times, the story that came through to me was always the same. You guys can probably read it along in your mind as I tell it to you. The people at Babel were arrogant. They were proud. They were going to challenge God. And because they were too full of themselves, because they were going to challenge God, God had to put them in their place. God had to teach them a lesson. And that's why they were all scattered, because they were challenging God and they were arrogant and they were prideful. I mean, you guys have heard this story, right? You know the story of this. But none of that is in the fucking words on the page. The closest you can get to them being too full of themselves, too arrogant, too proud, is just this one place where it says, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens." Which, first of all, we know if you're building a tower with brick for stone and bitumen for mortar, there's no way that they were ever going to get anywhere near the heavens. I mean, if anything, that is, I mean, even if we want to assume that they had some secret technology, well, they didn't have steel. They didn't have anything that you could actually build more than, 7, 8 stories with if you really pushed the technology. But the story that we're always told is that God had to slap their asses down because they were full of themselves, because they were challenging God. And the only challenge was that they said, we're going to build something with its top in the heavens, which we know as at best a ridiculous boast, because it's never going to get even to the lowest cloud. It can not. And then it says they want to make a name for themselves. Okay, that doesn't mean that you're challenging God. Who doesn't want to make a name for themselves? Everybody wants to make a name for themselves. Now, we can argue about some point when making a name for yourself becomes too much, when you're too arrogant. But I mean, just making a name for yourself, that's not challenging God. And then what I find to be really poignant about this is that they explicitly state their fear. They want to do this because apparently they're afraid of being scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. So here it is. All they want to do is coordinate, build a tower, and they want to remain in one cohesive place. They want to build a name for they want to make a name for themselves. They want to build this nice tower that we know is not going to get anywhere near heaven. I mean, even with modern technology, it's not going to get anywhere near heaven, but okay, they're going to build a tower. It was probably impressive for the day. Great. And their fear is to be scattered among the face of the earth. And according to your own fucking holy text, what is God's response? Well, first, he had to come down and see the tower, because at this point, there is no indication whatsoever that God is omniscient or omnipresent, because he simply is not that at this point in the story. He has to come down to see the tower, which they had built. And then he says, look, they are one people and they have all one language, and this is only the beginning of what they will do. Oh no, God forbid that they actually coordinate and succeed and do more. And then he goes further and says, nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. How terrible that these people coordinating and managing to succeed in their efforts might possibly go on to do bigger and better things. That is the whole fear that this supposedly omnipotent God has. That these people living on this little tiny planet in this massive fucking universe might actually go on to do bigger and better things. And as a result of that, he says, come, let us go down and confuse their language so that they will not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of the earth. In other words, for the crime of cooperating and coordinating and being successful, he then punished them with the one thing that they were most afraid of, which was just being scattered all over, which according to the narrative is the last thing that they wanted. They were building a tower, which you presume also inferred some type of community cohesiveness. It probably presumed that they were able to have this coordinated effort as a society, and the one thing that they feared was being scattered all over the face of the earth. And God said, oh my gosh, they're going to be able to do whatever they want. They'll be able to do anything. I have to scatter them around. And I remember when I read this, and I guess it was probably the second or third episode of God Free Bible Study, it's kind of stunned me, because I was doing the notes for the show and I was like, this is not the story that any of us are told about the Tower of Babel. We are all fed the same narrative every single time that says that these people were arrogant. These people were challenging God. These people had to be put in their place. And none of that is in the text. All of that has to be inferred, because to read the text at face value paints Yahweh for being a petty, vindictive little bitch. You have to insert your own narrative to make him not a monster. And that's why we are told over and over again what we are supposed to take from the story, rather than just reading the story and understanding it for what it is. And this has happened to me over and over and over again as I've read through these things. Someone called in several weeks ago and we were talking about Exodus, and we were talking about Moses in the infamous story where God talks to him on the mountain and he gives him the commands of how he's going to get his people out of Egypt. And then a few sentences later, God decides that he's going to kill Moses. Why? Because I guess God didn't know prior to that Moses had an uncircumcised son. And that's another case where I don't know how many times I read that when I was younger. And I guess I just kind of glossed over it. I guess it didn't make sense to me, so I just kind of sped through it and moved on. But if you don't just speed through it and move on, it doesn't make any damn sense. Or the sense that it does make is that this God, if you are to want to believe that this monster is there, is disgusting and immoral and completely inconsistent and completely the opposite of omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, and all those other things. The text is directly contradictory to everything that the Christian ethos or mythos wants us to believe about this God. It is radically inconsistent with the picture that is painted to us by modern Christianity of God. And I see these things over and over and over again now when I read just the Bible in God-free Bible study, or when I just learn other little pieces of the religion now, and I learn other pieces of the history of the church, and the Fenords are everywhere. And it's weird because for decades I couldn't see them. Even when I thought I was thinking critically, I couldn't see them. But then it's like, once you see them, they're everywhere. And you can't get away from them. And it's like, holy cow. And so many of these things I look at now and I'm like, it's right there in the text. This is exactly what your holy text is telling you. And yet, people can't see the Fenords. You guys have heard me go on my diatribe before about Matthew 5:17, where Jesus is literally telling people as plainly as he can, according to the author of Matthew, that you all have to follow all of the laws, every jot, every tittle, until the earth passes away. You have to follow all of the laws. And despite the fact that it would be hard to put it any clearer, almost every Christian I know will tell you that that exact same passage tells them that they don't have to follow the laws. They have literally looked at the clear and concise commandment telling you to follow all of the laws, and they will tell you it means exactly the opposite of what the plain text means. I don't even know. And I see these things all the time now. These things just kind of jump out to me sometimes, like when I'm doing notes for a new God-free Bible study. And I'll be doing notes. I'm like, what the hell? Like, where did that come from? Sometimes it's one little sentence, you know? Sometimes and you guys will know, like, again, if you watch God-free Bible study, sometimes even if, as I'm doing notes, I'll write all these notes. I'm going to talk about this and this and this. And then sometimes when I go through and read it on camera, something else will kind of stick out for me that didn't even stick out the first 3 times that I sat there and went through it doing the notes. It's weird because, oh, wait, now that I read that, that's weird. Sometimes sentences just don't make sense. And I know some of those can be written off because you can say, oh, it's a translation problem or what have you. But a lot of times the sentences just don't make sense. Like, they're inconsistent with the sentence that came before it. And sometimes there's contradictions, not in big biblical principles. Sometimes there's a contradiction with the sentence that was 2 sentences before. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. And once you start seeing them, they just keep jumping out. Well, I don't see any other callers coming in. And it is 10 o'clock. So I'm thinking, unless anyone plans to join in at the last minute, that Oh, I see we have the new troll. Previous coward of the week is here. Well, that's really cool. He's trolling along, so that's good. It's nice to know that the cowards of the week are still regular participants and keep coming back, even though they can't be bothered to actually have a live conversation. I love it. Having a channel like this, it does really tell you sometimes a lot about people's nature. It really exposes the extent to which certain people just have no other card in their deck other than to be a keyboard warrior. It's fine. That's the way the world's going to be. You can't make everyone actually have a decent conversation. Some people are just going to feel emboldened behind their massive keyboards, but it's funny that people just don't see any incongruity in that. So, been a decent night. I feel good about the sound. The sound, I think I have pretty much hammered down. So that's a good feeling. I know that John earlier, we couldn't hear some of his stuff, but that was his original hookup. But after that, the sound has been pretty good on multiple calls. So knock on wood. And I was saying this earlier for those who were on the very beginning of the live stream. I have this long checklist now of everything to do. It's funny, just for doing a stupid little show like this, it's amazing how many things I have in my checklist now. Like, make sure this is set up, make sure that I have this window open, make sure that I have this connection over here. It's like there's kind of a lot of crap for, I guess that's what I should expect for a one-man show. But I'm going to have a float. I'm going to watch cartoons. I'm going to laugh at the legion of trolls who can't be bothered to have a real conversation. Hope you guys had a good night, and I think we're going to shut down. Let's get this going here. Obviously, you guys know every Tuesday, so the next live stream. Oh, let me remind you guys again, in case anyone was not here earlier in the show, or if anyone's just watching the replay but watching the end, that for anyone who just can't get enough of me and my beautiful face and my incredible logic, that there will be kind of an encore thing going on Tuesday, not on my channel, but on a kind of friend of the channel here. So let me pull this up just so you can see what I'm talking about. So this here, Tuesday at 7 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Pacific. If you guys were around a week and a half ago, I did a quick kind of impromptu brainstorming session on live stream. And this guy Tavo, he's actually been a YouTuber for about exactly a year as well. So he had jumped on and we had a cool little conversation for like 20 or 30 minutes, something like that. It wasn't very long, but he invited me to come on his show. He's a believer, so it's not going to be like this. I told him I don't want to do some debate thing. And I've watched his videos. I watched some of his videos. He's not like this apologist debater guy who wants to get, pissed off and snarky with you. Like, we'll have a conversation. So if you are so inclined, check out Tavo's live stream in 2 days, which will be the 28th, starting at 7 p.m. Central Time. I probably won't be as long on his show as I will here, but that'll be more of a conversational thing. And it'll be cool to talk to someone who is open-minded, but on the other side of the believing fence. I believe he is a Christian. I believe he's not a hardcore fundamentalist apologist as far as I know, but I think he definitely has very Christian believer-ish kind of ideals. So we'll have a good conversation there. And I would love to see any and all of you over there if you want to check out that live stream. But if not, that's cool. You can see me here next Tuesday at 5 p.m. Central Time. Thank you to everyone who chimed in tonight. Thank you for the the super chats. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks, of course, to my members. You guys are all awesome. There will be a new video coming out. Well, tomorrow there will be a new God-free Bible study, of course. And then coming out on Friday should be a fun reaction video to Kirk Cameron. And if you guys weren't here on the stream earlier, I pulled this up, but if you're a member, you can see this one right now. But if you're not a member, it will be available to everyone on Friday morning. And let's just say that I don't think that Kirk Cameron did a really good job of representing himself in this video. So I had some fun doing this reaction video. So hopefully you guys will see that on Friday morning and let me know if you love it or hate it, or, just put lots of comments on it, what have you. So thank you to everyone. I'm going to sign off. Hope you all have a good night. Thanks everyone who called in. Thanks everyone in the comments. I appreciate each and every one of you. Have a great night.